Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another broadcast here of the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution League Fall Championship 2024, the quarterfinals. I'm, of course, your Live VIP with you, and joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. It has been a grueling league so far. We've been going over the entirety of the group stage over the past week, been going over through Group A, through to Group D, and now we have made it to the playoffs. We've made it to the quarterfinals. Throughout the group stage, we did determine the top 8 players, and we have them before us. Let's go. Now, as we settle into this broadcast, a big shout out to CranKy. Obrigado, papi. Obrigado. Fala, galera. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. I believe Gustavo, Host Masters were hosting a tournament, and I don't know if CranKy was involved in that, but regardless, hope you had a good time nonetheless, as we can switch our scenes over to the bracket to have a look at the upcoming matches. Oh boy. Also, I should very quickly reiterate as well, welcome one and all to an event that is not StarCraft 2, it is a StarCraft Evolution tournament. What exactly is StarCraft Evolution? Well, it is a mod. It is a mod that brings together the Brood War races and the StarCraft 2 races and pins them against each other. So, in a way, there are 6 races to pick, but each series, each match is Brood War versus SC2. It's never SC2 versus SC2, it's never Brood War versus Brood War. And again, I do highly recommend checking out the VODs. We went over the group stage over the past week. All the VODs are available on Twitch. They're all available on YouTube as well, depending on what you prefer. I do recommend, as we had some banger series and some amazing matches, and now we are here with our top 8. We have our bracket here on my right. We have our top 8 players. We have from the top, SHIN versus Dark in a ZVZ, Korea versus Korea. It's a bit of a shame that we have mirror matchups. I was hoping that we could spread the love a little bit, spread out some of these players, but este hyper one. For now, the seeding of the tournament and of the brackets, shaking my head, but we have a ZVZ to kick things off with Dark versus SHIN. Scrolling down, we have a ZVP with 3-point and Classic, so all the Zerg players are on the same side of the bracket, SHIN, Dark, and 3-point. Likewise, Classic is stuck with all the Zerg players as well, so his PVZ is going to be put to the test. Oh boy. I mean, coming into these first 2 upper matches, SHIN versus Dark is going to be an interesting one because SHIN has invested a lot more time into StarCraft Evolution. I would say that SHIN's Brood War Zerg is better than Dark's Brood War Zerg, but Dark's SC2 Zerg is better than SHIN's SC2 Zerg. So there's a weird dynamic going on there, and that mirror matchup is going to be a very interesting one, I feel. It's going to be very interesting, and it's a hard one to call. Part of me is leaning towards SHIN, favoring SHIN, but at the same time, I can't count Dark out. He's an animal, he's a beast, and that might even be a short series. Also, as a quick reminder, these are all best of 5s. These are all best of 5s in the quarterfinals. Semifinals, the best of 7s. Grand finals, best of 7 as well. You could argue maybe it should be a best of 9, but it's fine. It's fine. So best of 7s tomorrow onwards. As a reminder as well, the semifinals and the grand finals are going to be held tomorrow, and we are going to be casting that in 24 hours at this time, but tomorrow. So just as a heads up, mark your calendars for the remainder of this event. Scrolling down though, we have 3-point versus Classic. 3-point is a very active Zerg player in the StarCraft Evolution scene, and I do think that he is coming into this tournament. I think he was favored to make a deep run, to make it at least into the semis, maybe even to the grand finals. I do think that 3-point is a very strong contender, and even though Classic is a bigger name and Classic is a more successful player in StarCraft 2, I do favor 3-point when it comes to his Brood War prowess as well. So I think that's going to be a close one. I will say, though, I do think I actually favor Classic there over 3-point. Despite 3-point's prowess in Brood War, I think I do slightly favor Classic there, but I would not be surprised if it goes to the ace match. If there's like a back and forth there between the two of them, and if it goes the distance, I do hope that that is the case. Regardless, best of luck. Best of luck to 3-point and Classic. Scrolling down, we have a star player here in uThermal. uThermal, he popped off. He surprised us last night. For those who were not here, last night we casted Group D. Group D did involve uThermal, and uThermal, he made it out of the group stage in first place. He made it out over Dark, actually. Very impressive stuff. uThermal, he came in with a plan, with a lot of specialized builds, specifically with a lot of all-ins. A lot of aggressive play. when it came to Brood War. I believe he actually picked Brood War every game, or I should say he played Brood War every game against Dark in their series. And yeah, uThermal, he was able to come out with some, again, very thought out builds, very successful at some points, a little bit unsuccessful in others, but did come out on top. But I'm curious how he plays in this TVT, because we casted uThermal versus Honmono, and that was the highlight of last night's broadcast, in my opinion, was game 1 on Citadel between uThermal and Honmono. TVT, it was amazing. Likewise, I know that Kiwian and Quanta as well have some killer TVT as well, including their Brood War and SC2 races. That's not going to be easy here. I mean, uThermal, his best matchup is TVT, but I think this is like the best bracket for him. But I do wish him the best of luck, because I feel like a lot of these matches are going to be close. Kiwian, likewise, nowadays he's a caster more than a player. Kiwian, he is top. TOP, aka top. Kiwian, same person, same player. He usually casts these events, but he has been competing and playing in SEL, and yeah, he also is looking quite strong and quite in form. It's going to be hard to determine who I favor between the two of them. It's a toss-up, I feel. It's going to be a toss-up. I'm hoping for a back-and-forth series. Scrolling down, we have Quanta and Spirit. Quanta is a heavy favorite in this event. I think I would go as far as to say Quanta is the best Terran player amongst all the Terrans in this bracket, including uThermal. I think I will go that far. I do rate Quanta higher than Kiwian, higher than Honmono, higher than uThermal, and higher than Spirit as well. Like, Quanta is the one to beat. And considering he's also in the TVT portion of the bracket, I feel like I do favor him moving forward here. In saying so, though, Spirit is also a player that is, I would say, unfamiliar with SC Evo. He hasn't invested too much time into StarCraft Evolution. That did seem quite clear. But at the same time, he was actually looking quite surprising. Quite surprising during Group D. Spirit, it did look like he was kind of like learning as he was going. It did feel like he was like feeling things out and kind of like you know, trying to adapt over time throughout the entire broadcast of Group D. It did feel that way, that Spirit was just kind of like feeling his way through, did make his way through in the end. And because of that, I do think he has a lot of potential. I think he has a lot of potential as a player. I do think that if he does invest more time, I do think he can and will overcome someone like Quanta, but it all comes down to like how much effort and time has he put into StarCraft Evolution. The reality is some of these players, specifically Spirit and Dark, for example, have invested less time into StarCraft Evolution than some of these other players. So I'm curious. And of course, Spirit can still rely on his SC2 prowess. I do rate Spirit's SC2 Terran higher than all the other Terran players here. So, you know, that is also a wild card to kind of throw into the mix as well. So it is going to be exciting. What's this tournament? Can I join? No longer, unfortunately. The qualifiers for this event was like a month ago. This is a league. This is a league that has been going on and progressing over the past, you know, couple of weeks. We just wrapped up the group stage, and this is the playoff bracket. So if you did want to take part in this tournament, I mean, the qualifiers are long since gone, but maybe next time for the next event, if they host another season, you know, maybe a 2025, you know, summer season of SEL, then you can take part. But this is kind of the later stages of the tournament. Just catching up. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, hello, Hyper1. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Beautiful, beautiful. But for the time being, we are going to be jumping into our first series of the night. It's going to be a ZVZ between SHIN and Dark. As I did mention, I do think it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic between the two of them, where I do favor SHIN on paper, but at the same time, Dark is always that X factor here when it comes to his play in general, when it comes to his competition as well. His ability to make it out of the group stage is indicative of that, so we'll see. We shall see as we are jumping into game number 1. Also, quick update as well. I am streaming. I am live for the first time on my new PC. I am a little bit anxious that things are going to break. But so far, so good. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. Here we go. Yeah, we have our first best of 5 of the night. As a reminder, it is going to be that best of 5. Also, as a reminder, as it is stated in the title of the stream, this event is covered by replays. The event actually took place live a couple of hours ago. So a couple of hours ago, it did go live. We are here catching up on those replays on what did occur. The same is going to be happening tomorrow as well, where right after the event ends, we'll be going live and going over all of those replays. So that is the plan. As a plan today and tomorrow with the playoff bracket. Meanwhile, we do have a 12 pool here by Dark. Okay, 12 pool by Dark. Dark, of course, he's playing and rocking the Brood War Zerg. Meanwhile, Shin, Hatch Gas pool. Standard opener. Standard economic opener here out of Shin. Dark going for the 12 pool. Lings are on the way. Now, this is not an all-in. Bearing in mind, 12 pools are in a way a macro opener. They are designed to get economic damage early on and give you an economic lead as Dark is expanding and taking a natural. So Dark is going to be the aggressor. He will be moving out. And his goal here is to get a couple of drone kills. Ideally, 2 to 3 drones. Ideally, he is looking for 2 to 3 drone kills here as Lings do move out across the map. The bipedal Lings. Let's go. As they do move out. Dark double... Okay, I was going to say double expanding, but he's getting his macro hatchery behind this as well. Is speeding across. Meanwhile, the Overlord has yet to confirm. Ooh, Shin is in the dark, at least for the moment. Second Overlord will get eyes on the Lings. Now Shin knows, and it's going to come down to Shin's micro, his unit control. How well can he drone drill and minimize losses? Hatcheries under fire. Boys will soon be pulled. So Hatchery is taking a lot of damage. Lings are on the way, Queens are on the way as well. Shin has yet to pull the boy. There we go. The boys are being pulled, but the hatchery is down to half HP. Half HP hatchery is getting quite low. So far, so good. Shin not losing any drones yet. Up. We'll lose one. One drone goes down. Up. Oh, second drone goes down as well. That was late control there by Shin. So 2 drone kills so far. Not bad here by Dark. And Shin is buying time for the Queen. Queen does pop out. Shin holds. Shin does hold, and that was pretty good damage so far by Dark, getting 2 drones. If you look at the units tab here, Dark, he's only down 2 workers. As I mentioned before, ideally Dark, he wants 2 to 3 drone kills to even things up. He didn't quite get what he wanted, not quite, so I would give the edge to Shin. Shin has a bit of a better start here. Likewise, Overlord is parked on top of the base. Why is that? No queens. Bearing in mind, Dark is playing Brood War Zerg, so no queens are available. Shin going for his own Bailey Nest, making use of all these things. Makes sense. He's making use of the links that he was forced to make, and he's getting ready for his own Lingbane counterattack. Meanwhile, back at home, Dark is investing into side defense, into a sunken colony. Now, for those that are curious, because Brood War Zerg players have no queens, sunken colonies are a must. They are a must, and we do see the links have been scouted, the mass link has been spotted, and Darky responds with 2 more sunken colonies, 3 more. Oh my god! He throws down a wall of sunken colonies and an Evo chamber as well. He's getting ready. He's getting ready for the all-in. Dark, he doesn't have confirmation, he didn't see the Bailey Nest, but more or less he's aware that something is wrong. And that's going to be how many? That's going to be 5 sunken colonies. I mean, I say that, 4 of them are creep colonies for the time being. It looks like Dark wants to wait till he knows what's going on before actually wasting resources. Hydra Den's on the way, bearing in mind, Hydra Tech is hatch-based, not lair-based. So Dark is working on those Hydras, macro hatch as well. And Shin, he is parked outside of the bases. He does see the wall. He does confirm the setup. And Shin, from here, should be droning. He should be, and he is. He's droning up. He's getting some overlords. Remember, because there's no queens, he has free vision, basically, of both the main and the natural. Bailings are now going to be morphing in. But as a reminder, again, Shin is droning. So from here, we will continue. Will continue. Shin, he should spot these 2 drones, and the Hydras as well. He could try to pick them off. Hydras are amassing. They're now hunting down the overlords. Ooh, this is going to be a supply block for Shin. It's going to be a supply block. Does get the drones. 3 drones go down. Leads to get us around. Yeah, the collapse on the Hydras. 2 Hydras go down. He's going for the mineral line. The mineral line is... Oh no! The drones! Massive connections. 10 workers going down, and he's not done. 17 drone kills. Shin, he busts on in. Again, just really good timing for Shin. If you notice, Shin, he waited for Dark to kill his own Evo chamber. Was down to, what, 3/4 HP, if not half HP. And then Shin, then he went for the kill. Because of that, he had to waste less Bailings. Less Bailings were wasted. More of them left over, and SHIN is doing crippling damage. And Hydras, they might not be light units, but they're not as robust as Roaches. Nowhere near as robust. Behind this, SHIN taking a third base, droning up, saturating, taking his gases, should be getting to Roach production, and Dark should from this point be all in. Ooh, as he morphed every single sunken colony or every single creep colony into a sunken colony. Ay, ay, ay. That was a big investment. That was a big investment that didn't pay off, right? Like, this all morphed in after the push had finished, after the aggression had ended. So, wasted resources here for Dark. Likewise, down to 33 drones. And now he has to redrone. Now he has to resaturate. Now, SHIN is making Roaches at the moment. You could argue he could get away with skipping them, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know if Dark is all in or not. So I don't blame SHIN for making 7 Roaches at the moment, but as we can see, Dark is droning, Dark is hunting down Overlords, and SHIN could have gotten away with droning up even harder. As he's building up a handful of Roaches, taking his gases. Dark back at home trying to stabilize, had to spend a lot of larva here on redroning. Thankfully he has plenty of larva due to the 4-hatch setup. Eva chamber for upgrades. Hydra speed is going to be a little bit faster here for Dark. Meanwhile, we do see SHIN likewise still not droning. Only 2 base saturation. Only 2 base saturation for SHIN. I mean, he sees that the third base is now being taken by Dark, and SHIN, he has the option right now. He can choose. Does he go for a 2 base all in, or does he macro? He's macroing. Sees the third. That is his tell. So he throws down a second Eva chamber for +1 armor. And likewise is droning up his third. Now, I do think the +1 carapace is actually going to be more important here in this dynamic, just because I do think that the rate of attack for the Hydras is a little bit faster than the Roach attack rate. Because of that, like, carapace is going to be that much more impactful here. Is going to be more beneficial, I should say, for the defending player against Hydra attacks. So that is a nice little kind of tidbit here that SHIN can take advantage of. Hydras move out, but here come the Roaches. Ooh. Yeah, the Roaches come in. They take down 1, take down 2, and again, in a fight between Roaches and Hydras, Roaches win. Roaches win all 100% of the time. There are some sunken colonies though, and yeah, Dark, he pulls back. He pulls back to the colonies. That will help him defend. And SHIN has to retreat. Now what Dark needs to get into is his lair and lurkers. That's the tech that is going to be faster for Dark. Lurkers are going to be necessary if he wants to try and survive in this game. Doesn't need those lurkers. Ravager's going to be morphing in. So far, Dark, he's holding on, but this third base, it's so exposed. We have colonies behind this. We're pushing into a concave. Overextension here by SHIN. Does overextend. Bob's going to be thrown down, zoning back Dark. SHIN is lacking reinforcements. He needs more Roaches. Doesn't quite have enough to work with. Zoning Dark back. Getting a couple of hits off on the hatchery itself. Bearing in mind, SHIN does have the better economy. And yeah, he can just trade. He can't just trade head on. Ooh, so many Hydras going down. The colonies are a little bit too far back. Oof. And these are expensive losses for Dark. Again, it was an uphill battle. He lost so many drones early on to the Ling Bane bust. It's just been... yeah, brutal road to stabilizing here for Dark, and he just isn't able to. Third base goes down. Files a takedown. The colony, not quite. Gee, those are tanky. Oh my god. They put Spine Callers to shame. But they are going to be going down as well. That's a kill as well. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number 1. GG. SHIN does take the first game here, a very, very intense game 1 as well. As a reminder, winding it back, Dark went for a 12 pull. He did not do enough damage. He was vulnerable to a Ling Bane bust, and we saw that Dark, he thought that he was stabilizing. He thought that he was safe to knock down the Evo chamber and to expand. It was when that was occurring that SHIN committed. He committed with the Bane bust. He broke in. He got, what was it, 17 drone kills and like 3 Hydras as well. It was insane how much damage he dealt. And from there, SHIN was in the driver's seat. SHIN just sent it and brought it home, and with that, SHIN takes the lead. But that was merely only game 1, and a lot of it did come down to the failed 12 pool. A lot of it came down to the aftermath of the failed 12 pool. So I would imagine that we're going to be calming things down as we get into game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. As game 2 is going to be on Citadel. Oh, and we have horizontal spawns, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Citadel, we have the blue. Okay, why are they both blue? God damn it. We have the blue Zerg player, the Korean Zerg, now rocking SC2, the SC2 Zerg race, representing Talent Esports. It is Dark. I'm shaking my head. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the, oh my god, we have the Teal Zerg player. He's crazy. We have the Teal Zerg going for a 13-12. He is going for an all-in. The South Korean Zerg player representing the Brood War Zerg race. It is SHIN. He's crazy. He's lost his mind. Welcome one and all to Citadel. First things first, it's raining. It is. You can hear the rain pittering and pattering. Likewise, there's a thunderstorm in the background as well. But more importantly, 4-player map. It is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, top left, bottom left, top right as well. Any position here you can spawn in. Neither player is aware, which is why it's very important that SHIN realize what's going on quickly, because SHIN is going all in. He's committing here to really fast link speed into a link flood. Now, the Overlord here of SHIN will confirm the hatchery placement, so SHIN will find out where Dark is. Dark has yet to confirm. Does have his own second Overlord, and the Overlords, they might just spot each other. Yeah, they do. They do spot each other, now they know. And now, both SHIN and Dark are fully aware. His first Overlord has to reposition as it's out of position. Here towards the south, Dark going hatch gas pull. Standard opener out of Dark. Meanwhile, again, 13-12 out of SHIN. SHIN does pull out of gas because, I mean, there's no banelings, so there's no use of gas really here, and he's just link flooding. SHIN is straight up link flooding here, and remember, close spawn. SHIN, he gambled so hard. He gambled so hard here. He was lucky enough to scout ahead of time, and lucky enough to actually spawn in close by ground. Close by ground instead of cross spawn diagonally, I mean. As lings have arrived, they're going for the natural. Dark has yet to really confirm what's going on. Dark's been droning. And now the hatchery's under fire. Queens are on the way, lings are on the way. The hatchery taking a lot of hits here. Again, Dark, he failed in the 12 pull, and now SHIN is showing him how to rush. The boys are being pulled. Dark, oh, he has to minimize losses though. Dark, he might believe this is a 12 pull. It's not. Link speed is almost done. And Dark, he's going to be punished. Link speed just now finishing up. Catching out some of these reinforcing lings. So far, good control of Dark. He doesn't lose a drone. The drones have survived. So far, so good. Oh, that's going to be one drone kill. SHIN, he comes in with a surround. He does surround, and he will clean this up. Again, with these speed links, he shuts down the queen, shuts down the lings, the drones as well. And we are looking to have a fast series here. My god, game 1 was fast, but game 2 even faster. As Dark may just lose every single drone. That's 10 drones going down. The natural queen should fall, and the hatchery as well. As the hatchery is under fire, getting so low. Dark, can he save it? The queen is coming in. If Dark can save the hatchery, he's still in this game. Yeah, SHIN, he falls back. He falls back. SHIN behind this, he's droning. SHIN is droning up. Dark holds. Whew. Okay. Now, there's a couple of different things going on here. On the one hand, Dark does hold, and Dark is going into his own link speed and his own link flood. Dark, he went down to 11 drones. Dark, his economy is, it's good. It's dead. He has a dead economy. Dark is all in. Dark is all in. SHIN should be aware that he's done critical damage, and back at home, sunken colony. He's throwing down sunken colonies. I do like that he has 1. We need 2. Yeah, we need 2, maybe even 3 sunken colonies. They're on the way. And we'll see if SHIN can survive the counterattack. Ooh, as he is walling up. Lings, they just ignore it. They go for the main. Yeah, Lings, they flood into the main base instead. Ay. Boys are being pulled. Drones are going down. Dark, can he punish? SHIN, he had no lings. Oh, drones are going down. Brutal loss to SHIN. He rushed into a lair. That's every drone going down, and that may just be game. That's 10, 11 drone kills. Oh my god, this should not have happened. This straight up should not have happened. As, again, SHIN, he was too greedy. GG gets called, and Dark with the counterattack catches SHIN with his pants down, and we are tied up 1-1. Wow, GG. GG, well played. SHIN, after dealing critical damage, what was he doing? He was droning. He was making spine crawlers. Oh, sunken colonies. Sunken colonies, that was a good move, but he was droning. Again, he was droning instead of making his own lings, and without his own defensive lings, he had nothing at home to defend. Dark, he had the wherewithal to just ignore the sunken colonies, just run into the main and wreak havoc. GG. GG, well played. With that, our series is tied up. And I'm curious, are we ever going to embrace a standard game with a standard opener, I should say? Game 1, Dark 12 pulled. Game 2, Shin 13-12. Game 3, what do we got? What do we got? Oh. Turns out Shin tried to teach Dark and Shin face painted. Basically, what we're learning here is neither player knows how to rush. Shin tried to teach Dark, but Dark cannot be taught. Dark and Shin, they're both animals, pappy. Game 1, Dark tried to cheese, it failed. Game 2, Shin tried to cheese, also failed. Game 3, do they cheese each other? Is that what happens next? Maybe. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, the Brood War Zerg. Being able to tie up the series here, we'll see if he can take a lead. As he's droning, it is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the SE2 Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is Shin. Here we go. And do you see what I see? For the first time in this series, we're droning. It looks like both Dark and Shin, they've gotten it out of their systems. You know, they were pent up, Bappy. They were pent up. And now they've gotten the cheese out, the rush out even. And now we can calm things down and settle into a standard opener. Hatch first. Hatch first by Shin, hatch first by Dark. We can calm things down. As a reminder, Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top center, bottom right, and bottom left. So 3 spawn locations. We can see Shin immediately scouts bottom left. Dark scouts horizontally, which means Shin will be the first to confirm. If the Overlord of Dark spots it though, then they will scout each other. Yep, there we go. Both players scout each other, so now both players know where they have spawned in, and Dark should be repositioning this Overlord. There we go. Does it reposition the Overlord, and now we can settle in. Now, as we work towards the mid-game here, we did see an attempted mid-game in Game 1, if you recall, where Dark tried to get into a 3-base economy, but he had just lost too much. But we should be heading in a similar direction. What I mean by that is Ling, Hydra into Lurker tech. Lurkers were something that Dark never got into in Game 1 because he had no economy for it, but that should be the direction that he's headed in. Meanwhile, from the side of Shin, we should be seeing Roach Ravager. In saying that, Shin does have the option to try to vie for map control early on with Ling Bane. He could play Ling Bane and could try to contain Dark on 2 bases, while Shin takes a 3rd base and takes an economic lead. I'm curious how this dynamic plays out. Again, the downside here when it comes to early Ling Bane battles is that Dark, as a Brood War Zerg player, has no Banelings. Fast lair. Makes sense. So, Dark is going for the fast lair. Fast lair. Interesting. I'm curious what the lair is going to be for. What I mean by that, I should reiterate this as well. A Hydra tech is not hatch tech. Sorry, it's not lair tech, it's hatch tech. So you don't need a lair for Hydras. So the fast lair here feels like Muta play. At least in my mind, it could be Mutas here from Dark. Remember though, the Overlord is parked on top. Shin, he sees everything. He's parked on top of the main base, he's parked on top of the natural as well. Shin sees all, he knows all. Back at home, he's going for a fast Roach Warren. Very fast Roach Warren here by Shin. It looks like Shin is going for it all in. It looks like Shin may believe it's going to be Mutas. If Dark tries to go into 2-base Muta, then he's going to be vulnerable to an all in. Oh boy. As Lair is about to finish, and Dark, what do you have for us? No Ling speed. It's got to be Mutas, right? Yep, there it is. Spire. Spire gets thrown out, and Shin sees. Like, I mean, like, what's happening right now? Like, are we really trying to rush 2-base Muta when Shin has, like, map hacks and he sees everything? And this is triggering the all-in. So Shin is going to go for a 2-base all-in, or like a 1.5-base all-in. Roaches are moving out. Roaches have been scouted, and Dark, I mean, he has to wall up. There we go. He throws down a massive wall of spine crawlers. The sunken colonies are upon us. How many is it? It's going to be 6, 7. 7 sunken colonies here for Dark. He has nothing else to defend. And here come the roaches. Now, Shin sees. Shin, he sees this response. He sees the reaction. And this is necessary for Dark to survive. As it's going to be a Ling and Ravager all in for Shin. You can see Dark even walling up behind the sunken colony as well. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, that's a lot of sunken colonies. Oh, gets a roach. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol by Shin. He pulls away too late. Oh my god. First colony goes down, but there's there's 6 more behind this. Soon to be 7 more behind this. Yeah, Shin cannot break this. He cannot break through. The Spire is going to finish. Dark, he's got builds. I mean, if he mapped this out, even with this all-in by SHIN, even though SHIN knew what was happening, he cannot stop this. Again, it's because, fun fact, Sunken Colonies, they morph in faster than Spine Crawlers. They're so quick to morph in, they're ready, mutas are on the way, and Darky gets away with it. Darky gets away with it. SHIN finding out that out the hard way. He has to drone up, he has to saturate, he has to try to get into Queen production, and Dark will have the advantage. Dark is down in drones currently, but these mutas will give him map control. And here we go, the mutas, they have arrived. Mutas, they force back the Roach Ravager. SHIN has to retreat. And really, I mean, this all-in out of SHIN was a bait. Like, Dark, he baited him into the all-in. He was perfectly safe back at home. Clearly, Dark, he was confident. I mean, I say he was confident. Did morph in extra colonies, so clearly a little bit anxious. Didn't need them in the end. Big investments. And mutas, they hunt down every single overlord. Behind this, Dark needs to drone though. His saturation, his economy is very low. All he has to do from here is drone up and make mutas. From the side of SHIN, he has options. Either go into Hydra tech, into Hydras, or try to go into a faster infestation bit and go into something like Infestors for fungal growth. But it should be Hydras. Should be Queen into Hydra, or could be Queen into Infestor still, true. No third base, no third expansion. Which means Dark, he can catch up economically. As mutas are looking for more overlords, quickly checking the Unisource tab. It's been three overlord kills so far. And SHIN is going Queen Infestor. That is not a Hydra Den, that is an infestation pit on the way instead. That's going to be for Infestors, for fungal growths. And SHIN is just scouting, checking for any tech. +1 range. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, there we go. I was very confused for a moment there. Range is cancelled. It's going to be melee instead. That makes more sense. This should be either just purely mass muta or... No, wait, what? Okay, I was going to say this should be either purely mass muta or muta into something like +1 melee into ultras, for example. But it looks like Dark, he's second-guessing himself a little bit here. Is going for, there we go, Ling speed into +1 melee into a third base. Yeah, it should be Ling Muta. Should be Ling Muta into eventually Ultras in a later game state. Actually, now that I think about it, I wonder if it's viable to go like Ling Muta into like Greater Spire, like Guardian. Again, I've never been in this kind of game state. I've never been able to cast a ZVZ go that long, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because, you know, the game may end prematurely. we might not get there yet. As Queens are amassing, Infestors are amassing as well. But it's something to think about, definitely, if it is viable to go into Guardians. Now, the reason why you would not be able to do this and tech into Broodlords in SE2 is because in SE2, mutas don't morph into Broodlords. Corruptors do. In Brood War, mutas, they morph into Guardians. That's why suddenly that kind of attack path, or that kind of tech path is more viable. So that's why, like, suddenly that's piquing my interest, as that transition would not be possible in SE2. Getting into the Guardian equivalent, I mean. Which is why in SE2 usually it's mass muta into Ling Ultra. So, I mean, Queen's Nest is on the way. That's to get into, I imagine, just Queen production into a Hive. I'm curious if we do go for the eventual Greater Spire. Hive is on the way. Meanwhile, SHIN back at home just droning up. He's going to the standard composition from Queen Infestor into Hydra Lurker. What this means is that SHIN has no pushing power. He's turtling. He's turtling up with a wall of Spore Crawlers, wall of Queens, wall of Fungal Growths as well. And then he's getting to Hydra Lurker Viper. Link Scout confirms that Dark is mass expanding. Dark does have map control, so he has the freedom to expand in such a fashion. But again, I'm really curious if after +2, Dark goes into the Greater Spire. I want to see, Pappy. I want to see. Because if he's up against Hydra Lurker, like, that's where I feel like Guardians can excel. As mutas, they rotate around. Lurkers are amassing. You can also see that Dark here has not actually tried to bust into a mineral line. He's been respecting the setup here quite a bit. I mean, if he ever tried to, he'd just be fungled. And as we mentioned, like, there is a lot of value in preserving all these mutas, more so than you know, for an SE2 player. One muta, there it is! Greater Spire, let's go! He is going into Guardians. Oh, you love to see it. So again, that's just a really unique kind of tech path here for ZVZ and SE Evo, is for the muta Brood War player to get into Guardians like this. Or, I guess, technically Devours as well, but there's no need for that. As mutas are shocking around, looking for a way in, they do catch a Queen. Queen goes down. Queen is going to get picked up. And I'll be honest here, I don't think Hydra Lurker Viper can really scale against Guardians. I think this is a little bit on SHIN. Because SHIN hasn't scouted, SHIN doesn't know. For all SHIN knows, especially if he hasn't played against this before, he might just be thinking mass muta into ultras, right? Like that just makes sense, which is why he's investing into these lurkers. So SHIN is playing blind, he's guessing, he's making assumptions, and because he doesn't really know what's going on, SHIN at this point, he would have needed Corruptor. 100%. He would have needed a Spire of his own into Corruptor tech. Here, Hydra Lurker Viper, it can do nothing to this. Like what's gonna happen? He can yoink and abduct like one Guardian at a time into the Hydras, but how many yoinks will he have? How many Vipers does he have? 2. Only 2 Vipers. Guardians have arrived, and there's no answer. Straight up, how many Guardians is this? 18. 18 Guardians have arrived. The crab of the sky. Let's go. Oh my god, the move command. Jesus. The move command is brutal. 1, 2, 3 Guardians going to be going down. So some miscontrol here by Dark, but regardless, he's still breaking through this. That was maybe the best start that SHIN could have hoped for. And again, all he can do is yoink. All he can do is abduct. Like, there's no other way for him to engage, really. At the same time, Lings, they try to poke in, but there are lurkers in position. Vipers, they're gathering as much energy as they can. Hive goes down, and no more Viper production. Oh, here comes a Parabomb. Okay. Not worth it, as we can see. But he's going for the power bombs instead. We'll force out some splits. But Jesus, I just realized just how fast these Guardians are compared to Broodlords. Broodlords take so long to split, but these Guardians, they kind of like float in the air. Like they're much more nimble. Much more nimble. Couple of lurkers are going down. Yo, Microbial Shroud? True! We could Microbial Shroud, unironically. Like, that could work. Infestors are moving forward. Oh, they do take some shots to the face. But unironically, Microbial Shroud could actually be an answer here to help the Hydras. But it's one of those things that you forget you have. Ay. Like, I forgot about it as well. But unironically, that could help. Instead of, like, Fungal clearly won't. Gets a yoink, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, 4, 5, all the yoinks coming in. Nice pickups. But, yeah, it's one of those things to think outside the box, especially because what's the weakness of Microbial Shroud? Splash damage, but there is none. Like Dark has no splash. He goes for the Fungal, but again, I think this is a little bit misguided here. The Fungal does some damage. But like, as a Brutal Zerg player, you'd have to support this army with Defilers, right? I guess you need Defilers with Plague. I guess that'd be the best answer to Microbial Shroud. As Guardians, they're poking in once again. And again, like, I think that SHIN is just not thinking of that at the moment. Just because, like, why would you, right? It's just such a unique dynamic, and I would not be surprised if this is the first time that SHIN is fighting against Mass Guardian like this. Fungal Para? I don't think so. I mean, the only reason why I don't think so is just because the Infestors have to get so close for a Fungal growth. They have to get so close for that. So in this kind of game state, I do think that Microbial Shroud would have been the answer here. Regardless, the yoinks, I mean, hey, over time, the abductions, they're shutting down the Guardians. If we had 18 Guardians, we are down to 14. Jesus. There's so many. Fungal grazes the Guardians. He gets 2. He gets 2 Guardians. No more lurkers left. Where's the kiting? Up. No kiting here with the Guardians, and 2 more of them go down. 3 more. 3. Barely 3. Oh, the Hydra count is being thinned out though. Yeah, they just take far too much damage. Well, there's 4 Hydras left. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. GG gets called. Dark, he will take game number 3, and he will get into, or he will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dark does take a lead. And yeah, I do think that I feel like once the meta settles, especially because again, I would not be surprised if that's the first time that Shin actually played against Guardians like that. I do think that if you're stuck going Hydra, Lurker, Viper, and if you already have Infestors, I do think the best answer there is Microbial Shroud. Once that's revealed, I would imagine that the best answer from Dark would be with Defilers, because again, how do you counter that? It would have to be with splash damage with Plague, and then you'd have that kind of like dynamic between like the spellcasters and the main armies, for sure. But yeah, GG, well played. A really interesting dynamic, again, something that we have not seen before, and something that definitely has to be thought out when it comes to how to approach it, how to play against it. Again, just a really solid, thought out build by Dark, to go into 2-base Muta, to respond with his Wall of Spine Crawlers or Wall of Sunken Colonies, to get away with this 2-base Muta, and to rush into Guardians. GG, well played. Very well done there by Dark. And now we're getting into game number 4. Here we go. Here we go. Yoink is so good though. Well, as we were mentioning, again, the reason why I'm leaning towards Microbial Shroud is because the Guardians were doing so much damage. Like, even though we were yoinking, I mean, as we all saw, right? Even though there were some Guardians going down to the abductions, Shin was bleeding out so many Hydras. He was bleeding out too many Hydras, and he just ran out of army. But here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner, as I believe they're discussing and they're now finding out that it is an island map. Welcome one and all to Near Isle of Sirens. We have, yep, there we go. That's what I assumed. If I see players laughing, it's because they only just now realized it's an island map. We have Fatality Esports leading the series 2-1. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Teal Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg. Representing Gaiman Gladiators, it is SHIN. And yes, welcome one and all. This is the replacement map for Paradox. Paradox was the island map for most of the season of SEL, but now we have moved on here to a different map, to Near Isle of Sirens. How many bases do you have? Well, you have these high-yield bases here towards your expansion locations, your natural locations. So you have 1, 2 bases you can take, and you have a center 4th base as well. So you have a 4-base setup before attempting to expand elsewhere. Also, this isn't just an island map, this is a 4-player spawn map as well. You can spawn in bottom left or bottom right as well. Now with the Overlord Scouts, both players confirm, so Dark is aware, Shin is aware, and this, I imagine, is going to be a battle of the skies. It's going to be about Muta versus Muta. That would make the most sense in my mind. Now, technically, if Shin wanted to, he could, especially because he's playing SE2 instead, he could instead try to play a similar style as he did previously and go Queen Spore-Crawler Infestor into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. He could do so, but the problem with these island maps is that if he did want to be aggressive with his ground-based army, he'd have to Nidus. He'd have to Nidus or use Dropper Lords. So it'd be really awkward to be the aggressor here if you did commit to a ground-based army like that. I think you could probably defend on 4 bases, but taking a 5th base from there would just be like so difficult and so unnatural. So it's all about being as greedy as possible, and it should just be Muta versus Muta. Shin has eyes on Dark. Dark has to be careful with his own Overlords, has to float away. Does have to float away here. Dark jokes about GGing and going to game 5. Interesting that Dark would say that. I mean, Dark is the SC2. Sorry, my apologies. No, yeah, Dark, he's a Brood War player. He is a Brood War player. I'm curious how the dynamic works between Muta versus Muta. Again, I'm making the assumption that that's the direction we're headed in. There we go. Larry's on the way for Shin. Larry's on the way for Dark. I'm curious because if you remember, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the SC2, sorry, the Brood War Muta has one extra range. So technically has a little bit more micro potential, but I don't know how much that one range does really benefit. That is something to bear in mind. Likewise, I'm sure side defense is going to be a big part of this as well. It typically is in Muta versus Muta. Uh-oh. Shin's going for a Link Flood. He's going for a Nidus all-in. Never mind. Okay, so we are rushing into a lair, and Shin, he's going for a Ling Nidus all-in. Let's go. Meanwhile, Dark is going 2 base Muta. I say 2. Technically, 4 base Muta. 4 base Muta out of Dark. He has high yield gases he's taking advantage of. If Shin can get a Nidus Worm up and running, then he can just end the game. And the reality is, oh no, Dark, he is making Lings. He can focus on the Nidus Worm if he spots it. Ooh. Okay. Risky stuff here by Shin. I assumed it was Nidus Worm. Never mind, Drop Lords. But Dark, he sees. Dark, he sees everything, and if he can respond with some sunken colonies, he's gonna be okay. There we go. The colonies are on the way. Lings are parked under the Dropper Lords, and I don't see this working. I mean, we'll see. He's gonna be able to overwhelm these Lings. Okay, he breaks through. Barely breaks through, but he's only got a handful of Lings left. Like, Shin, this is not enough. The colonies are finishing. Oh god. Yeah, the colonies are finishing, at least at the natural. Dark's having a hard time keeping up, but this is not enough damage here, and Shin, he delayed his tech for this. Yeah, the Spire is done. Mutas are on the way. What does Shin have? Oh boy. Shin, he has to be the defender. He's stuck being the defender. He has to defend with queens, into infestors, into spore crawlers. Like, Again, 2 Drop Lords worth of Lings was not worth it. It is not worth it here. Mutas have revealed themselves. Shin, he has to go into infestors. So just like the last game, it has to be Queen Infestor. So Shin, he has lost map control. He's lost map control. He has to be on the back foot instead. Instead, it looks like Shin, he may just decide to go into... Oh. Okay. He may decide to go into Corruptor. I would like that, actually. I do think that it's hard. It's hard, though. So a couple of things are going on here. One, Dark has map control. Dark has mutas. Dark, he's killing drones. He's containing his opponents. But Dark is also doing something more important. Queen Nest. Queen Nest is on the way. So Dark, he can rush into Fast Hive, and he can rush into Guardians. He can go into Guardians faster than previously because of the boosted economy. So Guardian tech is going to be available real quick here for Dark. And if that's the case, I wonder if it's worth investing into Spire into Corruptor instead of Hydra Lurker. Now, in saying that, the reason why I was second guessing myself is because even though Dark has access to Fast Hive, I mean, Hive is also on the way here for Shin, but even though Dark has access to that, he could go Devour, right? Like, if his opponent goes Corruptor, like, Dark could just go Devour instead. So, I mean, mutas are so good. Like, muta tech is so good in ZVZ because it so naturally transitions into either Guardian or Devour. It's crazy. Now, we can see the upgrades on the way, which is interesting to me. We have melee upgrades for Dark. I'm curious if he wants to go for link drops. I mean, we have Ventral Sacks on the way, so the answer is yes. Dark wants to go for drop play. And speaking of, there they go. Overlords them headed towards the expansions. And Shin, does he have much of a ground army? He does. He has some Lings, he has some Queens, he has some Hydras. Shin shouldn't just die to this. So the chat, Muta Scourge Queen is actually so strong against anything SE2 Zerg has air though. True, true. Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why immediately as soon as I said, you know, maybe it's worth going Corruptor, I mean, even without that, I mean, again, with the tech into Devour being available here to Dark, like makes me feel like maybe Corruptor wouldn't be the answer here for Shin. Jesus, oh my, he has mass. Okay, how many Vipers? 8. He has 8 Vipers, baby. Let's go. Is going to mass Viper. So if you remember last time he went Infestor, this time into a very heavy Viper composition instead. Again, I do feel like this is because, oh my god, that is a proxy hatch within the main. He's crazy. Oh my god. I mean, Dark, he's expanding out everywhere. He is expanding all over the place, taking extra bases. Lings have been scouted. But something that was I talking? Was I mentioning? All right, because Shin, because I'm sure he was facing Guardians for the first time last game, and because Fungal was really a non-issue and it just really wasn't effective at all, I do think that's why Shin did avoid Infestors this time. I do still think there's value when it comes to Microbial Shroud against Guardian, but we're headed in a very different direction. Dark is taking up into Ultra, so it is going to be, with all these melee upgrades, it's going to be Muta into Ultra Tech, not into Guardian. As here come all the Nidus Worms. Nidus Worms are set up, and Dark, he is just expanding everywhere. Jesus. But it is interesting that Dark is going for a ground-based army. It's going to be a little bit awkward, I feel. I mean, for both players, right? The Mutas, they stay stacked, they all go down. Oh my god, the value. Every Muta falls. And we do see Shin going for some drop lords. Oh, he forgot about Overlord Speed! It just started. Overlord Speed just begun, which is going to be a little bit awkward, but there we go. The drops are upon us. At the same time, Nidus Worm into the main. Shit, he doesn't know. He doesn't see the hidden Nidus Worms. And they don't make a sound. Oh, that's actually brutal. The Nidus Worms were brutal. They're silent. They're silent killers. That's OP. Shin doesn't know. Again, the Nidus Worms, they don't make a sound when they spawn in, and here come the Ultras, and that's going to be game. Shin is completely out of position. Dark, he rushes in, gets on top of the tech, on top of the Lurker Den, and without Lurkers, how does Shin fight this? He doesn't. He cannot contest against the Mass Ultra. He's going for the base trade. It's his only answer, but even then, they're just Nidus Worms for Dark anyway. It will not matter. The Vipers do nothing. The Hydras do nothing. And Dark, he can just Nidus across the map. Shin doesn't have that option. I guess he can jump a Lord, I guess. But GG gets called on Dark. He will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Dark. He will take the series. But I mean, there's just so much to think about here when it comes to what just happened. It's a dynamic that I wasn't thinking of either, and I don't know if anyone in the chat was thinking of that. The fact that Brood War Nidus Worms don't make sounds. They're silent, pappy. They don't make any noise, so you can do something crazy like that. I mean, not just mass expanding everywhere with Nidus Worms, but yeah, going for Nidus Worms into your opponent's own base as well, completely unscouted. Very cheeky move out of Dark, and yeah, GG, well played. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Oh my god. Dark trick Shin into an air war. Yeah, sure, definitely in a way. I mean, I do think it just came down to the lack of scouting of the Nidus Worm. If it wasn't for that, if you recall, Shin was taking into Lurker, so in a head-on fight, Shin would have been fine anyway. That's the power of Hydra Lurker Viper, is what I just mentioned, Lurker, right? Shin, he was working on Lurker tech. He just didn't know that he needed to morph in Lurkers and be defensive because he didn't know there were Nidus Worms going off. So otherwise he would have had a much stronger response there. He would just morph in Lurkers, right? That's all he had to do. He just didn't know, right? He just didn't know that alas, Nidus Worms did finish up, and GG. GG, well played. Dark does take the series. A very dynamic ZVZ, and there's again, like it also felt like a lot of these players were experiencing this kind of dynamic for the first time as well. On the one hand, that does give me a little bit of excitement when it comes to the future of SEL. On the other hand, it also shows us that maybe these players need to play a little bit more StarCraft Evolution as well. Like, GG though. GG, well played. Congratulations, Dark. He will advance on. And the question becomes, who will advance on to face off against him? Let's find out. So a big win here for Dark. And Shin, despite, I would say, being one of the favorites to win the event, gets knocked out in the quarterfinals. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. One Viper for each meter. True. Let's go. But yeah, with that, we are now getting into our second series of the night. We're getting into our PVZ here between 3 Point and Classic. Ooh, let's go. Now, I believe this is a rematch. I believe that, yeah, they have faced off in the past in the StarCraft Evolution bi-weeklies, but now they're facing off in a best of 5 here in the main event in the Fall Championship. Who do I favor coming into this? That is a good question. I mean, I do rate 3 Point quite highly, that is true, but at the same time, I'm sure that Classic has been putting in extra effort into this event coming into the main tournament. Likewise, we have seen him go and trade matches with 3 Point in the past. I do think that this is going to be a close one here, close one to call. And similarly to the last series with Shin and Dark, I do think that was a close one to call as well. So I'm curious how this dynamic plays out and how they shape up. As we're jumping into game 1, it's going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, just silent Night Swarms is terrifying. But I guess, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the only way to spread creep is with your hatcheries, or technically with sunken colonies as well. So like, there was so much setup required. Like there's still so much to talk about when it came to that last game. Like, it was so fascinating. There was just so much to talk about. And in that last game, again, as a reminder, like Dark, he started with a proxy hatchery to spread creep to allow himself to actually even make any Night Swarms as well. Like, there was just so much setup for that. Regardless, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our fresh best of 5 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 Point. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the brutal Protoss from South Korea representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. What if you can join your own drones across the river for a proxy? That is something to bear in mind, is specifically for that map, for Neo Isles of Sirens. The area, or I should say, the dead space between islands is very thin. It's very thin, right? It's a very thin river, so you can like attack from side to side, and the ability to yoink a unit over that kind of cliff face, over that river, maybe. I'm not too sure. Not too certain of that. But it is much more narrow than on other maps. As for now, hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of 3 Point going for the hatch gas pool. Likewise, Classic going for a gate expand back at home. Whew, we can calm things down. We can settle into a fresh series here and into some standard openers. Let's go. Let us go. The yoink expand. Let's go. That'd be amazing. That'd be beautiful. Totally worth it. Oh my god. I believe, Bobby. I believe. As we are going to be settling in, Classic going to be opening up Zealot first. Lings are fanning out. Oh my god, we're going for an all-in. Also, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be hatch gas pool, but it was not. I believe it was gas first. So my apologies. It was gas pool into a hatchery, so a late expansion. Checking the vision of Classic. He does know, I believe. Yeah, he perp scouted. Yeah, he knows. That's why he's making his Zealot first. So Classic, he knows that aggression is coming his way. We know there's going to be a Bane Bust. So 3 Point is going for an all-in, is going for the Bane Bust. Classic is still a little bit in the dark as to how aggressive this is going to be. He does have a Zealot first, but he does need a defensive setup. He needs to fully wall off. He needs either cannons or more Dragoons. Classic is going to be in some trouble here. Scouting probe goes down, and Lings are amassing. As we said, Lintus, a big shout to Quinton. Papi God, thank you so much for resubscribing for 6 months, for half a year. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. As we are settling in, shield batteries being thrown down, cannon thrown down as well. Only one pylon, bear that in mind. We'll see if the Artosis pylon comes into play, if that is the bane of the defense here of Classic. Bailings are morphing in, and one way or another, the game is about to end. Either 3-point kills Classic or he dies trying. As 3-point is completely all in. And here we go, the Bailings to do waddle forward. 4 Bailings here. Is that enough to kill a Zealot? Oh, not quite. Yeah, 6 Bailings. They knock down the Zealot. They break through the wall. Yeah, they do bust on through. They're going for the cannon. Cannon under fire. Cannon goes down. The boys are being pulled. There's still that one Dragoon. We don't want to waste a Bailing. Bailing does waddle in. And what's the production looking like? Reaver is on the way. Just the one gateway on the low ground. And we dive into the main. We dive for the main. We see Artosis, but no! Another Artosis pylon! Everything is powered up here. The robot's going to be depowered. And Classic, he has nothing left. He's down to 1 Dragoon. 1 Dragoon remaining. Bailing. It crashes in. Does a bit of splash damage. Dragoon goes down. So do the probes. And that's going to be game. GG gets called. 3-point. Takes the lead. GG. Oh my god. 3-point does take a lead in the series. He was able to catch Classic with his pants down. Now, if you remember, winding it back a little bit here, Classic did scout. He did scout the early gas. He scouted the late hatchery. So he should have known that something was wrong. Either a Bane bust or a Roach all in. One or the other. I could definitely see arguments for either one based on the limited information that Classic had. His response going for the Reaver felt like a greedy response, just because it takes so long to get into Reaver production, because you have to go for the Robo, into the Bay, into your Reavers, as opposed to additional gateway production there, because you only had the one gateway. So again, it was just later tech there for Classic, maybe some overconfidence from Classic as well. Again, part of that could also be because of his inexperience when it comes to how much or how little he needs to defend against something like a Bane Bust. Hard to say. Hard to say. Regardless, GG well played. 3-point takes a lead. 3-point does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the now Brood War Zerg player, representing Team Hyper 1, leading the series 1-0. It is... Oh my god, he's going for a 12 pool. He's 12 pooling. It's going to be a short series. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, we'll see if he can survive the aggression of his opponent. It is Classic. I'll see someone asking in the chat, send you in the chat. Hyper 1, he did not make the mod, but Hyper 1 is a very dedicated community member. Hyper 1, for the most part, does or is in charge of porting over maps. So he is a map maker, and he has ported over many maps from Brood War into SC2. Not just that, but Hyper 1 also is the person behind running and organizing a bunch of these tournaments. Whether it's the StarCraft Evolution League bi-weekly tournaments, or even this Fall Championship. So a big shout to Hyper 1. Without Hyper 1, SEL would be worse off. I mean, it wouldn't be possible. So big shout to Hyper 1. When it comes to people that do work a little bit harder, or they work on the mod itself, we actually have had Kuprulu Cat drop by from time to time. And I believe Kuprulu Cat is the art director, I want to say, the art director of SEL, and there's a whole team. There's a whole team behind it. Speaking of, as we're going for the 12 pool hatchery across the map, if you want to help support StarCraft Evolution, exclamation mark, SEL? No, SCEVO. Bam, there is a link to the Patreon. There's a Patreon for StarCraft Evolution in the chat to help support Team Kuprulu in their endeavors to fund and update and work on the mod. So big shout to Team Kuprulu. As Lings have arrived, they're knocking down the front door. Knocking down the front door, going for the gateway. Gateway's under fire. Backup drone has arrived. For the spine rush, for the colony rush even. Yeah, the drones are here. They're here to throw down those colonies to get those spine calls or those sunken colonies up and running. With the surround, Classy gets surrounded. One zealot goes down, massive pickoff. One zealot left, and here come those colonies. Oh, they do block each other for a moment. Shield battery's done. Shield battery does barely finish up. Zealot going for the Lings once again. Good service area on that Zealot though. And the colonies are on the way. The shield battery's running out of engine. It looks like 3 Point might just have too much. The Adept has arrived. True. The Surroundle! Miscontrol at a Classic. He does. He gets dragged out of the wall. Out of position. Lings, they flood in. They get a surround on the Adept. And it looks like 3 Point has done it. He has broken the natural. And sure, there's some pylons, there's some side defense, there's a Stalker on the way, but it looks like with the completion of these sunken colonies, 3 Point has done it. And pylons are falling one after the other. Stalker has arrived, the boys are here. And Classic, he wanted a series out of this, but he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. He wanted a macro game, I should say. No, not with 3 Point. He's an animal. Is an animal here as he's came to the production, depowers all the gateways. There's nothing in the main. There's one Stalker and some probes. And 3 Point, he will collapse it on everything. Up. Boys are being pulled. Nice control at a Classic. Does save the Stalker for a little bit longer, but this is game-ending damage. GG gets called, and 3 Point will take a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. GG, well played. At 3 Point, it does take a 2-0 lead here. Again, 3 Point, he is known for being very cheesy, very aggressive, especially when it comes to playing against some of these bigger names like Classic. And after the first 2 games, I would not be surprised if we see some more aggression here in Game 3. Doesn't have to be a 12 pull, doesn't have to be a 13-12 or something like that. It could just be a 2-ace roach roll in. There are options here for 3 Point. But I'll be honest, I wanted a little bit more out of these 2 players. I wanted more out of Classic and 3 Point. I wanted the mid game. I feel deprived. I feel no. I'm what's the word I'm looking for? I'm craving some mid game PvZ, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it here between these 2 players. As up next we have Troy, a 4-player spawn map. Oh boy. Now, I don't want to get my hopes up. On the one hand, Troy, it's a large map, 4-player spawn, could lead into the mid-game. True. On the other hand, do you remember SHIN versus Dark on Citadel? I also thought the same thing, and then SHIN went for a 13-12. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see, Pappy. Here we go, as we're getting into that Game 3, potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I do hope that we're able to embrace the series a little bit more and get a Game 4, get a Game 5. I would love that, but alas, the pressure is on Classic. Pressure is on. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Troy, we have the SC2 Zerg player. Oh, we have the SC2 Zerg representing Team Hyper 1, leading the series 2-0. 1 game away from advancing on to the semifinals. It is 3 Point. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss representing Twisted Minds from South Korea. It is Classic. And welcome one and all to Troy. Welcome to a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in at every corner, top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left as well. And we have spawned in diagonally. We have diagonal spawns here, cross spawns from Classic and 3 Point. This should now lead into a longer game, and 3 Point doesn't gamble. He doesn't gamble. He could have tried to go for an early pool and early gas, and he could try to like roll the dice when it comes to scouting his opponent and hoping that Classic would be like at the horizontal spawn or the vertical spawn. So he could have gambled, but he didn't. Opted not to gamble. Instead, hatch gas pool, standard opener. Standard opener out of 3 Point. Ooh, never mind. Going hatch pool into delayed gas. Yeah, delayed gas here from 3 Point. Interesting. Classic, he probe scouts horizontally. Will check, confirms that 3 Point is nowhere to be found. Classic is still on the hunt. Still looking for his opponent. Likewise, 3 point, he sends out his overlords, checks bottom right, checks top left. And Classic will be the first to confirm. There we go, he gets eyes on the hatchery. Oh, that's a 2-gate opener. Okay, 2-gate opener at a Classic. So Classic actually is the one to gamble a little bit here. We have seen this build before. We saw this in the group stage. Classic is opening up 2-gate into Mass Zealot, into Dragoon follow-up. A very aggressive build here by Classic. Basically what has happened is that Classic has delayed his expansion. He delayed his natural in favor of a second gateway and in favor of these early gateway units. So Classic is rallying across the map, and his goal here is to break 3 point. So Classic is going to be the aggressor, even going for a Robo on 1 base. Oh my god. Robo before expansion. This could just be a 1 base all-in. This could just be a 1 base all-in at a Classic, but it's diagonal spawn. Like, this is going to be really rough to actually make work just because it takes so long to reinforce. Now, the plus side, 3 point doesn't know. Typically, the Overlord will be here. The Overlord will be over this expansion and will be scouting and giving 3 point all the information he needs, but 3 point has 0 information. 3 point has no idea. Zealots have arrived. Gas now being taken. Queen under fire. Spine Cooler on the way. 2, 3 Zealots have arrived. They're going for the Queen. Second Queen has made it though. Up. First Queen so close to going down. So far, good trades here with the Zealots. And they will hunt it down in the end. Yeah, it will fall. Oh, God! Bit of miscontrol. Queen slips away. What a mass. One more shot. He gets the Queen. Queen goes down. The Zealots are going to be cleaned up. He gets 3 drone kills on the Queen. Not a bad trade. Behind this Classic is expanding. But remember, this is an expand after Robo. It's going to be a Reaver drop. So early gateway harass into a Reaver drop here from Classic. So again, very aggressive build here from Classic. Hyper aggression. We'll see if it pays off. 3 points, still trying to scout, still trying to figure out what the hell's happening. Overlord now coming in. Does confirm there is an expansion. Does confirm it's a late expansion as well. So 3 points should know that there's tech. He should know that there's something behind this, either a Stargate, a Robo, a Citadel even, for charge. There must be something here. Now, the scout is going to be denied as the Overlord is forced back. Likewise, 3 point did not reposition this second Overlord. So 3 point, for now, he's just droning. Droning, getting into link speed for the first time. Remember, he did delay his gas for quite some time as well. As Classic is moving out with that drop. And here we go. The Reaver does move out. And again, 3 point up. He scouts. Big moment here for 3 point. He does get eyes on the shuttle. He knows. He knows what's going on. Back at home, the Queens are repositioning. The Lynx as well. He's ready. He's getting ready for it. Now, knowing is half the battle, bearing in mind that the Reaver is very different to the Disruptor because the Reaver shot goes off immediately. That's why the Lynx pull back and the Queens move forward. Queens, they can tank a Reaver shot. As Classic, he's trying to find a way in. Oh, bit of miscontrol. Miscontrol at a 3 point. Classic gets in. Does get in. Oh, the Lynx! Massive connection. Massive connection here on the Lynx. Going for the mineral line as well. Shuttle taking some damage. Oh, shot goes off on the Queen. Shuttle getting low. Takes a lot of hits. But it looks like the shuttle should escape. Oh my god. Playing very, very close to the sun here. Flying close to the sun even. Gets a Queen. And gets out. Whew. Oh my god. Very tense play here between our players. Oh no, the shuttle! Get out of here! Mike, it's so low! He's playing with fire! Get out of here, Pat! Oh my god! He gets away. One more, 11 HP. Barely gets away, saves the Reaver in the end. Bobby, calm down. Este Classic. And behind this, getting into Dragoons. Dragoon production's on the way. Getting into Dragoons, Dragoon range, additional Reavers. He's pushing. Pushing right down mid. Moving through the center. Why the simulators? As people are mentioning, once these simulators get broken, they turn into rocks. They turn into undestructible rocks as well. The rocks cannot be broken once again. They completely wall this area off, and I recommend watching the VODs of the group stage, watching specifically Kiwian. Kiwian was an animal here. He was able to go for mass drop play, pull his opponent apart, and destroy these locations, and just completely cut off base from base. It was crazy to see Kiwian on this map. But now the Classic is pushing forward. Ooh, the Lings, they take a lot of hits. A lot of Lings go down. And 3-point is up against the wall. Reaver shots here on the Spine Crawlers. And there's actually not much to defend here for 3-point. He's trying to hold on with Lin Queen. Is Lin Queen into Muta? No shot. He's trying to rush into Mutas. The Queen's taking a lot of Scarab hits. Oh no! They bunch up! They do bunch up. So many Lings going to be going down. Brutal shots going off. And 3-point will lose everything. He'll lose every single Ling, every single Queen. The splash damage was insane. Wasting some Reaver shots here on the hatchery. I don't think that's the best use of them. The Scarab shots even. There we go. Spine Crawlers are going down. Again, you do have to babysit those Reavers. Otherwise, they will just attack the closest thing, including buildings. And there we go. They're making their way into the main. The natural has been broken. 13 Mutas on the way. Reaver shot goes off. The Reavers they're so slow. Oh wait, the eggs! Oh my god, I didn't even realize they destroyed the eggs. That's crazy. They annihilate the eggs here. They deny most of the Mutas. That was insane. That's something I'm not used to seeing, to be honest. Like, usually it takes so much effort to destroy them. At last, the Dragoons have arrived. Mutas have made it, but Dragoons are going to be able to shut them down as well. Yeah, the Mutas, they cannot hold their own. Lara goes down, GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 3, fighting back in this series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh my god, it shocked me a little bit. I was a little bit in awe. I haven't seen Reaver harass or Reaver attacks quite get on top of the production like that, and quite get on top of those morphing in eggs. But yeah, the Mutas were completely denied. At least half of them were. The other half did pop out, but again, Classic was just rallying across the map. As we saw, Reavers do require some attention when it comes to their control. If they're left on A move, they will just waste Scarab shots on buildings, and we saw a lot of wasted shots there by Classic, but that is something that I'm sure you just have to get used to when it comes to Reaver control, when it comes to just making sure you're as efficient as possible with them, to focus down like Spine Crawlers, for example, and focus down Queens, and focus the army, of course, as well. Regardless, that was still too much for 3-point to deal with, and he was overwhelmed. But again, a big reason for this is because 3-point was lacking critical scouting information. I did mention that the initial Overlord scouts were late. On top of that, he never repositioned his second Overlord to scout the main base either. So yeah, just not necessarily the most amount of knowledge there, or just vision from 3-point to defend. And again, his answer to the Reaver problem was to go into Mutas, which was very bold move. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive long enough to get into Muta play. Wasn't able to get there, was just a little bit too greedy, cutting too many corners, trying to rush into those Mutas. It's not quite the same kind of it's not really the same dynamic against Disruptor. I do want to mention this for a moment here. So usually a Muta response works a little bit better against Disruptor drops, because Disruptors, their attack rate is so much lower. It's such a low attack rate. Not just that, but it takes a while for a Nova to recharge. It also takes a while for the Nova to hit, because it goes off, it travels, and then it detonates, and you have time to split and time to react. So the dynamic there is just very different. A Disruptor-based push takes a lot longer to keep going. Reavers, though, they don't care. Like, once they load up their Scarabs, mate, they shoot so fast and so quickly, and so often you have that much less time to react and respond as a Zerg player. So it might also be possible that that 3-point is, again, a little bit less experienced when it comes to that situation and that scenario, just because like that kind of Reaver push hits so hard. It hits so hard and so much faster compared to something like Disruptors, like in SE2. I think this is why, if you remember, we spoke previously about how comparing the Reaver to the Disruptor, it's a little bit disingenuous because the Reaver shares so many qualities with the Immortal. Like it's like a cross between the Immortal and the Disruptor, right? Like there's elements of both that kind of get implemented into the Reaver. So yeah, I feel like that's another example of why that comes to pass. But with that, we're getting into our next game. Here we go. Oh yeah, Hyper One, watch yourself. Otherwise, we'll time out any spoilers in the chat. I mean, to all those that have maybe watched this previously. But here we go. We're getting into game 4. It's gonna be on Sylphid. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper One. Leading the series and still one game away from making it here into the semifinals. Can he close it out? It is 3 points. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Fighting back, putting a point on the board for the first time. Can he force the ace match? It is a classic. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to Comrade in the chat. Baby, thank you so much, Comrade, for subscribing for 4 months in a row. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Quack, Papi, quack. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft evolution, as we are here to determine who makes it into the semifinals, as we are covering the quarterfinals here of SEL Fall Championship. Also, hello once again. I see Kat in the chat, Setsuna, of course, jumping in, Jeff Bezos, Senjo. Bienvenidos. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves, as we are going to be settling into Sylphid. And 3 point is going gas first. So once again, aggressive build. It's going to be gas into pool into a delayed hatchery for 3 point. Overlord Scout will eventually confirm what's going on. Now, thankfully for 3 point, his first Overlord gets sent horizontally. This is a 3-player spawn map, so you can spawn in either in the top center or one of the corners of the map instead, and 3 point is fortunate to immediately scout his opponent. Likewise, Classic as well. Classic does scout. Classic, he sees how fast the link speed is being researched and how quickly the gases were taken. So fast link speed into a link flood on the way from 3 point, Classic knows. Classic, he has the information he needs, and back at home he should be walling up. We need shield batteries. Shield batteries, overcharge, sentry potentially as well for the force field, true. It's going to be on Classic here to try to hold and try and survive. Now 3 point is throwing down 2 hatcheries, which is spotted by Classic. Classic is aware. Lings are moving out. More Lings on the way. Ling speed is halfway done. Here we go. I'm curious if at any point 3 point decides to drone. We'll see if he does so at any point. Okay, can you time me out? Okay, I'll do it. It might strip away your badge though. But yes, Kuro is in bed at the moment. No. Dedge. As Lings, they do catch the Adept. Oh no! Adept does shade onto the map. Bit of a bold move here by Classic. Link speed is kicking in, which means we should get us around. And the Adept should fall. Yeah, massive pick off. Adept does fall. Behind this 3 point, he's droning. He's droning up. He is expanding. He is saturating. 3 point is not all in. And this isn't really too much of a reaction here. I mean, Classic does throw down the second gateway. That is a second gateway, and he does fully wall off. But Classic, he doesn't overreact. No, doesn't get a wall of shield batteries or anything like that. Stargate into Oracle. Classic looking very comfortable here. So no overreaction, and as a result, I do favor Classic in this position. 3 point rushing into +1 melee, droning up, investing into spore crawlers, or spore colonies, spores. And we'll see if 3 point can keep up with Classic, as finally, for the first time, Classic, he can embrace the mid game, as this looks to be a more economic opener out of Classic. Here we go. As the Oracle does rotate between the bases, does get 2 drones so far. Oh my god! It does get 2 workers. Now, as you can see, the spores here available to the Brood War Zerg are much more powerful. They hit a lot harder. They hit like a truck. But the downside, you can't move them, right? You cannot uproot them. You cannot reburrow them. You cannot rotate them. So they are stationary defensive units here. That is the downside of that spore colony. As you can see, 2 spores per base. 2 spores per expansion. Behind this, double Oracle. It is going to be Hydra Tech here at a 3-point. No surprise there. It should be Ling into Hydra into Lurker from the Zerg. And likewise, Classic is taking up on 2 bases. Oh boy. Very aggressive. He doesn't take a third. He's going to be taking up, going for a Twilight Council into Charge. Into potentially Immortal Production as well. So it looks to be 2-base play out of Classic. Stasis Trap into the main. Ooh. Stasis Trap into that. No reaction! No! No reaction here. Massive Stasis goes off. Half the middle line gets caught out. Ay, ay, ay. 3-point is getting pulled apart. Stasis are going up. And, yeah, 3-point just having a harder time getting into the mid-game here. Investing into Hydra speed. And Classic should be looking to expand eventually, but I'm curious if he doubles down on 2 bases. Prism is on the way. Would be Archons as well. Oh my god. Yeah, Classic is pushing. Another Stasis. Whew. Okay, 3-point does pull away in time. Oh no! Delayed Stasis traps. 3-point. Does he notice? He doesn't! Oh my god. Not like this. The Stasis, they pop up. Adept a shade into the natural. Now, thankfully, I mean, there's barely anything to kill here, so the Adept won't really get that much done. 3-point will defend. But the layered Stasis traps are brutal, and I want to bear this in mind as well, that we have yet to expand. It looks like Classic is in position to take a third, but he does have his Warp Prism to reinforce with Archons and with Charge Lots. As Archons are morphing in, more Charge Lots as well. Classic has chosen not to expand. Oh, the Stasis, they keep going. Okay, this time only one. This time only one drone. And there we go, we do have an Archon drop into the main, as Archons are morphing in. Does Classic throw down the Nexus? Or does he warp in? Up. We have the answer. Nexus. Is going to be third expansion here for Classic. Pushing into the main. Stasis traps here at the natural base. 3-point, he's distracted. No! 3-point, he is distracted. Massive Stasis goes off once again, only catching a portion of the mineral line this time, thankfully. Warp in is denied. Classic gets the hell out of there. Prism takes a lot of hits. But what most concerns me here is, do we have a lair? No. No lair, only hatch tech. What does this mean? No lurkers. Ling Hydra is all that 3-point has. No lurker tech whatsoever, so a ground-based army like this can do quite well. Imagine if 3-point had a line of lurkers, even not that many, like 3, 4, 5 lurkers, and I do favor him in a head-on fight. But stuck with purely Ling Hydra, that I'm less convinced by. I'm less convinced by. He does go for the expansion. Tries to dive in. Archon shots going up. Decent round on some of those zealots, but the Lings, oh, they get annihilated by the Archons. Lings go down, and 3-point, he's being chased down. He's on the run. Let's get the hell out of here. At the same time, Archon jumping to the main. Prism still surviving. Oh, taking a lot of hits. Does back up. Likewise, Classic, he pulls back. He's just consolidating his army, just building up reinforcements before he does push, and Classic takes the supply lead. Does take lead in supply, once again chasing down more of these Hydras, and once again, without lurkers, I don't see 3-point holding. But what is second best to lurkers? A line of spine crawlers. Sunken colonies on the way. I mean, the budget lurkers, let's go. It'll help, it'll help. At least defensively, not offensively though. There we go, sunken colonies, they do finish up. They do finish up here, so 3-point he can defend. But again, if he fights out of range, then I do favor Classic. So 3-point has to be so careful with his engagement. As he's going to be pulling back, cutting back to the sunken colonies. Classic, he respects it, he backs up. Does back up. Revelation catching the main army, warp in into the main. 3-point taking more expansions. Finally, the lair is on the way, but it's such a late lair. 9-minute lair here from 3-point. It's so delayed. Zealots, they charge in. They get on top of the Hydras. It's going to be 3, 4 Hydras going down. Oh. so far. Good defense here by 3 Point. Meanwhile, Classic, he rotates around. And, I mean, this makes sense. Once again, the Spine Coolers or the Sunken Colonies, they are stationary. And these fringe bases are exposed. So Classic rotates, looking for another fresh mining base. Zello warp into the main. Hydras are exposed. Oof. Expensive losses here for 3 Points. Hydras are going down. So will the top expansion. And Classic is just pulling 3 Point apart. He just cannot keep up here. No with only Hydra. There we go. Lurker tech is being researched, but again, it's still on the way. We needed this minutes ago. Without it, 3 Point is getting bullied back. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Does set up more Sunken Colonies. He's defending here on 3 bases. At this point, Classic can take a 4th. He can take a 4th. Storm is on the way as well. Storm is almost done. Classic with a 70, almost a 70 supply advantage. And yeah, this is just a rough position for 3 Point. I mean, the opener didn't quite do enough damage. The follow-up with the stasis traps was brutal as well. 3 Point has been stumbling his way into the mid-game. His lair was heavily delayed. Remember, this was a 9-minute lair from 3 Point. Which is why things are looking so dire here. Which is why Classic is almost at 200 supply. He's almost maxed out. That's terrifying. A maxed out Protoss army against 3 Point, who's at, what, down 70? Almost, maybe potentially even 80 supply here. Depending on when Classic maxes out. Ay, ay, ay. It is going to be brutal. Lurkers are morphing in. Is there any detection? There is. There's 2 observers with the main army and Revelation available as well. Fleet Beacon, Sky Toss on the way for Classic. Ay, ay, ay. Doesn't need, I don't think he even needs it, but sure. Why not? Just a much more secure way to play this out. Technically, Classic doesn't have to break his opponent. Classic is getting a 4th, and his win condition just deny the 4th base. Deny the 4th base of 3 when he does outposition, though. Massive storm going up on the ramp, on the bridge. Oh my god. Storms are brutal. 1 lurker goes down. GG gets called, and Classic will tie up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. We are going to the ace match here. Again, the aggression of 3 Point didn't quite pay off this time. And again, 3 Point, he was very committed as well. As a reminder, I mean, it did seem like 3 Point did not really intend for the game to enter the mid-game. That is why 3 Point never took a lair, at least for the majority of that game. It was such a late lair because I'm pretty sure he just expected the game, or was hoping for the game to end a little bit sooner than that with Ling Hydra. Alas, he got outscaled and was overwhelmed. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. Oh boy, does Classic pull off the reverse sweep, or will 3 Point bring it back here and make it to those semifinals? What's it going to be? As a reminder, Dark is waiting for the winner of this series. I say waiting, he's going to be going up against the winner of this series in tomorrow's broadcast. And here we go. The ace match is going to be on Citadel. Let's go. Here we go. So we do get into the ace match here, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Citadel, we have the SC2 Zerg player. Okay, picking StarCraft 2 here. The blue Zerg representing Team Hyper 1 from South Korea. It is 3 Point. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brood War Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. We go. Are Immortals there to combat Sunken Colonies? I mean, in general, Immortals are a good supportive unit, especially against, I would say, Lurker Hydra, Brood War Lurker Hydra. Something that we should emphasize as well, which didn't really come into play in that last game, but the Brood War Hydras are not light units, they're regular units. So again, like, you know, the units like Immortals and that, they can be quite useful supportively. Likewise, against Lurkers as well, they can be quite useful as well, just because they can tank a lot of shots thanks to their shields. They're a great way to kind of bust a Lurker line. We see that in SE2. In SE2 ZVP, currently, this is also why the Immortal is being nerfed. If you've taken note of the patch notes in the PTR, the Immortal is being nerfed currently because you don't really need to take it to Sky Toss. Currently, you can commit to Immortal Archon against a line of Lurkers, and you can still break through it anyway and just snowball out of control. If I remember correctly, the proposed change, is it an attack rate change? No. I think it is. I think it is an attack rate change. So the Immortal is going to hit a little bit slower than previously on the PTR. I'd have to double check though, but that is the primary reason why the Immortal is being nerfed in the upcoming patch. But now though, we are settling in. We are settling in so far. Hatch gas pool. Okay. Standard opener. Standard opener at a 3-point for the first time, I think. For the first time this entire series, 3-point opening up hatch gas pool. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, Classic going for a gate expand. We do spot the Overlord. Overlord does get eyes on the spawn location of Classic. Likewise, Classic Probe Scouts also confirms 3-point as well. And yes, as is being said in the chat, minus 10% attack speed. Yeah. Is to address that. But here we go. I thought it was a wall. For those that are curious, here, this is not a wall, but these are ramps. Think of this like an alternate kind of visual for tall grass. Imagine here tall shrubbery or tall grass, basically minimizing vision onto the other side of this this graphic. Now, what is most unique about this map is I don't believe there has ever been a map in SE2 that has tall grass in between the natural and the main. So there is a ramp, there is, I should say, like a hill, a speed bump in between the natural and the main base. This does also actually come into play and factor in when it comes to defending against cheese and defending against all-ins. This means that your main base is not as defendable as it otherwise would be with a regular ramp, because you don't have the high ground advantage. Arguably, your opponent has the high ground advantage against you. Like, if your opponent is here, like, on top of this little ramp, then, I mean, what are you gonna do? like, we've seen that before in the group stage. We've seen some players struggle to defend here against cheese. I think that was in Group C. Maybe Group D. Oh, there's a cannon. Oh, let's go. Send it back. As we do see Classic, he is going to be opening up with a Reaver drop. Going to be Reaver drop here from Classic. Likewise, 3-point just hatch gas pool into a third base. He's happily droning. So 3-point is droning up, amassing queens. It's going to be on 3-point to defend against the eventual aggression of Classic. Is SE2 generally the heavy favorites? I would not say so. As Kat is saying in the chat, we've seen players previously roll their opponents while playing as SE1 races. Yes, we have seen players excel with StarCraft 1 race instead of SE2. I think an example of that as well is uThermal. If you remember uThermal, I think he solely played Brood War Terran against his opponents. I think, if I remember correctly, uThermal played only Brood War against Dark and did beat him. Did defeat Dark. But yeah, that's also why it's important to bear in mind as well. I think some people might have the mentality that it's like, oh, it's like a carbon copy of Brood War up against SE2, so because of that it's not balanced. But this game mode is actively balanced to make sure that it is competitive between Brood War and SE2. Oh my god, as we do see those scout shots going off on the links. Oh, Shuttle taking a lot of damage. A lot of links gonna be going down, but oh, the Reaver survives. Reaver gets out. Reaver does get out. So far, good trades here by Classic. But again, just to reiterate, the game is being actively patched, actively updated, actively worked upon to make sure that, again, all the races are as competitive as possible with each other. Otherwise, if it was like a carbon copy of Brood War against SE2, then it would be a lot more unbalanced, if you will. And there'd be other heavier favorites. As we do have those Reaver shots going up. Ducklings going down, and behind this 3-point going to be investing into Roach production, so it's going to be Ling, Roach, Ravager here at a 3-point, but the army has arrived. Classic does lead the charge, catching out queens. One queen goes down. Oh my god, the Lings, they get annihilated. Again, the splash damage from the Reavers are brutal. Lings do fall, but the Roaches, they're building up over time, and the shuttle is so low as well. Oh my god. Shots going off for the Roaches. No Ravagers yet, more Lings are amassing. And this is all going to come down to the Reaver control. Without these Reavers, the Dragoons are going to get surrounded. Queen goes down. Lings, they come in for the surround. Reaver shots are wasted on the Queen. And the Lings, they trade well. They out-trade the Dragoons. Yeah, big surrounds here. Dragoons are falling. And 3-point is holding. 3-point is holding on. Forces the army back. Catching reinforcements. Miss Rally here at a classic. Oh my god. The Reaver shots are crazy. So he has to juggle 3 of them. One Reaver finally goes down. Nice pickoff. Second Reaver falls as well. As a reminder, it is, I should say, a little more difficult to actually control Reaver shuttle micro here, just because of the pickup range is smaller than a Warp Prism. And Classic has lost a little bit of momentum. Yeah, he's lost a little bit, far too much momentum here. Reaver count was reset. Lings are trading well. Oof. And 3-point is shutting this down. He does hold, takes down the Reavers, takes down most of the Dragoons as well. Is he overextending though? Oh my god. Reaver says, oh no, Reaver goes down. Another Reaver falls. And as 3-point starter says forward, Classic, he plummets in supply. As we mentioned before, it does feel like when it comes to Reaver control, you have to be that much more attentive with it. You don't want to waste your shots at the wrong moment. As Classic regains control of the map, forcing back 3-point. Ravagers are morphing in. So far, nice valley here with the Reavers once again. Oh my god. Reaver shot gets dragged into the army. Oh, the Ravagers are going down. Again, just the value here. Crazy. The value of that. As Classic attempts to expand, but he's going to be denied. Lings have arrived, catching reinforcements. Alas, Classic is keeping up. It turns around. Classic turns back around. Again, trading very efficiently here against the Roach Ravager. So many Roaches and Ravagers going down almost for free. And the third base survives. The Nexus does survive. Classic still rallies across the map. The aggression does not end. And has 3-point lost too many Roaches and Ravagers? I think he has. I want to say over the course of the past minutes, he's lost like, what, like 15 Roaches and Ravagers? It's been crazy. The value of these Reavers. Boys are being pulled. Reaver shots go up. And Classic, he's done it. He overwhelms. There's nothing left. GG gets called as Classic. He will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. When it came to the engagements, when it came to the fights, it did look like 3-point. He was holding his own. He was barely holding on. He was able to fight back. He was able to waste some Reaver shots here and there on like some soul units, whether it's Lings or Roaches or Ravagers. But when we saw things calm down a little bit, and when we saw that Classic was able to just focus his attention on his Reaver harass, we saw him just snowball out of control there. Not enough Queens to help try to zone away the shuttle. No anti-air. There was nothing to stop Classic from just having his way with an army of Roach Ravager. Give Classic 2 Reavers in a shuttle. He'll kill like 50 supply of Roaches. it's crazy. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will take it in the end. My condolences to 3-point. 3-point, he had a really strong start. Really strong start to the series with a 2-0 lead, but 3-point was cheesing every game. He was cheesing every game, and eventually Classic was able to get a better handle on things. We eventually got into larger maps with greater spawn locations. 3-point had to embrace the mid-game instead, and that is where Classic thrived. That is where he did thrive multiple times, even with the Brood War race as well. Again, showing that, yeah, Classic does have not just prowess with SE2, but with Brood War as well. GG. GG, well played. Classic does take it. Congratulations. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket itself. Let us catch up on the bracket. Here we go. As we switch our scenes over and have a look at what's going on. I also do recommend tuning into the VODs because The first series was wild. I mean, the first series was peak StarCraft. Dark versus SHIN went all the way to game 4. Dark did take it in the end at 3-1. And again, I do recommend the votes. We had some very unique interactions and very interesting dynamics between Dark and SHIN. Again, it did feel like a lot of it also came down to some of our players having some inexperience or limited experience in certain situations and certain scenarios. It was just such a unique ZVZ. So I do recommend the VODs. It was amazing. With that, Dark does take it, and he will be facing off against Classic in the semifinals. GG. GG well played. Classic takes down 3.3-2. Again, 3-point, he was hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy at the start of the series, but he had to embrace some more standard openers and standard early games that allowed Classic to get into his own game state, into his own games. GG. GG well played. With that, we have our first 2 players advancing on, and up next we have 4 more players. Up next we have 2 more matches ahead of us. We have uThermal versus Kiwian in a random versus Terran match, and we have Quanta versus Spirit in a TVT. Boy, here we go. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. So we do try to catch up. Counter to reverse shuttle. I mean, we saw that 3-point he was working towards Hydras, but the Hydras are coming out at the end of the game. So you could argue maybe late Hydra production, or you could argue that maybe 3-point he should have gone back into Queen production after losing his first Queens. If you recall, Queens were being focused down at the start of the aggression, and I don't think the Queens are being replaced. So without anti-air, without those Queens, then I mean the shuttle could just wreak havoc over the army. Was insane. Was insane. Oh, here we go. But from here we are now gonna be getting into our next series. We're going to be getting into uThermal versus Kiwian. Now, before we jump into our next series, we're going to be going on a short break. We're halfway through the broadcast. We're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to drain your disruptors, to massage your Marines, hydrate all of your Hydras, tuck in your Tempest, and we'll be back in 5 minutes' time with our second half of the broadcast with our next 2 best of 5s. So, again, enjoy this break. Take some time. Get ready here for uThermal versus Kiwian after the break. See you soon. Oh, see you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the StarCraft Evolution League, the Fall Championship 2024. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We just wrapped up with our first two matches with Dark versus SHIN and with Classic versus 3 Point, and now we have returned. We have returned with our second half of the broadcast with a random versus Terran match. As we said, a big shout out to Bashka. Gracias. Thank you so much, Bashka, for the support, for the $1 tip. Thank you. We don't really get too much donations or tips on the channel, so we always appreciate it whenever we get some support, so thank you so much. Likewise, some bits as well from Random Hyper 1. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the support that we get on the channel. We are able to, of course, fund our events and cast as often as we do. Again, we have a very busy month ahead of us. We're casting every single day, multiple times a day, whether it's StarCraft Evolution, whether it's StarCraft 2. It's a busy end of year. Very busy end of year, papi. Ay. There's a lot to come. There's a lot to come. A lot of content to come. So thank you so much as we settle into uThermal versus Kiwi. And now, as a reminder, this is, it says Terran here. Hold on. Let's fix that up. There we go. It is a random versus Terran, kind of. uThermal, he isn't necessarily a random player. He is half of a random player. What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Well, uThermal, he has decided to play random only when he plays SC2. Only when he plays StarCraft 2. When he plays Brood War, he will pick Terran. So he's half a random player up against Kiwian. And I'm excited because Kiwian, he was so intriguing during the group stage. Like, again, Kiwian, I wasn't really expecting too much out of him. I wasn't really expecting too much out of our Korean Terran player. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised to see him excelling. He did excel quite well here. When it came to how he was progressing through the group stage, when it came to his builds of choices. It was very unique, very intentional, and I do think that Kiwian's best matchup is most likely TBT, so we'll see. We'll see how it all comes together here as we catch up on the chat. Thank you so much for the additional gifted bits as well. Thank you. Do appreciate it. All the support. Always. Thank you. And so jumping into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. And up first, we have a TBT. It is going to be uThermal picking and playing Brood War and Kiwian with the SC2 Terran. So we have our TBT ahead of us. Let's jump in. Let us jump in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the... I forgot about this. We have the red Terran player, the Brood War Terran, representing himself from the land of the Netherlands, but currently living in Mexico. It is Salsa Tequila, aka uThermal. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right. Does no one play with their proper ID? God damn it. We have the barcode Terran player, the SC2 Terran from South Korea. Some know him as TOP. As top, it is a Kiwian. I'll fix up the UIs. Hold on. Hold on, papi, hold on. uThermal. I have to pick the... Oh, I have to fix that up as well, actually. Bam! uThermal and Kiwian. Beautiful. We have our TBT ahead of us here. And we'll see. I'm curious how this all pans out. As a reminder, uThermal, he came in with very specialized Brood War Terran builds yesterday during the group stage. And once again, 2 racks. Okay, we have a 2 racks opener out of uThermal. And we saw uThermal make great use of an early 2 racks, if not 3 racks, stim timing. Did use it to great effect against Dark. Did use it to great effect against his Zerg opponent. Is he willing to embrace that against his Terran opponent, though? That is the question. Let's go. SCV scouts are moving out across the map. It is going to be a Reaper opener out of Kiwian. It is going to be opening up Reaper first. Meanwhile, yep, it is going to be a stim timing. Okay, Academy's on the way. So it looks like 2 racks stim here from uThermal. Again, we saw something very similar from uThermal against Dark previously. SCV Scout comes in, but the Marine has arrived and will zone and shut down that SCV. And Kiwian doesn't see much. Uh-oh. He doesn't see much in the main base. He did see the lack of second gas, but he only saw 1 rack. So unfortunate scout there for Kiwian. He does have incomplete information, and this may catch him with his pants down. There was a discussion in the chat earlier about the pants being down, papi, and that may be applicable to SC Evo players as well. We'll see. We'll see if they can they can tighten up their belts, and if we can survive. As Marines are amassing, basically one base all in out of uThermal. He's massing on Marines. Now, something that we did quickly find out during the group stage here when it comes to this stim timing is, unlike in SC2 where you build up, we've seen it from Beyond, for example, going 2x Reaper into like a 3x Marine timing, or even 4x Marine. The downside in SC2, as Reaper Scout is denied, is in SC2 you have to wait for medevacs. You have to wait for your starport factory into starport for medevac to support to actually have any support and to be able to maintain the 2 racks. The sim timing, I should emphasize. When it comes to Brood War, this hits earlier and it hits harder because you do not need a starport for medics. Medics already here, which means we have multiple stims available. That is why this hits so fast. There's multiple stims here for uThermal, and the medics are here to make sure that happens. As uThermal does move out, back at home, Bunker's on the way. Bunker's not ready. Uh-oh. The army is spotted. The bunker, it's almost done. A couple more seconds. A little bit more. Couple more seconds here. It looks like it will barely finish up in time. Oh my god, does finish up just barely. Bunker does complete. The boys are being pulled, and Kiwian will repair. Oh my god, but the SCVs are focused down so quick. Yeah, so many SCV kills, 7 SCVs. The bunker still falls anyway. The stim Marines are crazy. And uThermal, he busts into the main. Tank is on the way. Marines are on the way, but the production's too late. The boys are being pulled, and uThermal looks like he has done it here. Again, a very unforgiving stim timing. Even with the bunker finishing, even with the boys, GG gets called, and uThermal wins game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, uThermal, he had a build very similar to this in the group stage against Dark, and he also caught Dark with his pants down. Likewise, Kiwian, the pants were nowhere to be found. I mean, what I will say is that Kiwian, he had a good response. Remember, the bunker finished up just in time. He pulled the boys just in time to repair as well. But uThermal, he was so quick to retarget and to focus on every single SCV. It was crazy just how quickly those SCVs did go down and how hard that stim timing did hit. GG. GG, well played. uThermal takes a lead. GG, well played. Whew. And now we're getting into game 2. New to watching this, do most games end early? They do not, but we have had quite a bit of cheese here tonight. Not every game, but for example, 3 Point was hyper cheesy, uThermal is very cheesy as well, and even in the ZVZ between Dark and SHIN, we had some 12 pools and 13 12s as well, so it comes down to the build of choice. In general, on average, I don't believe the games are typically short, but specifically, some of these games are. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. The pants are never up. They're exactly. Oh no. As we get, God, they switch. They didn't just switch places. They switched colors. Look at this. As I. God damn it. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the SC2 Terran. Now the StarCraft 2 Terran player from the Netherlands living in the land of Mexico, leading the series 1-0. It is uThermal. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brutal Terran. Also, sorry, I should say, I believe random. He picked random and he has rolled a Terran here in game 2. In the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Red Terran from South Korea. It is Kiwian. Here we go. So uThermal, he did pick random, he rolled Terran, and as a result, Kiwian is unaware. Kiwian is unaware of uThermal's race at the moment, and I should quickly set up those player names. Bam. We have uThermal. We have Kiwian as well. Bam. Okay. I feel like I'm probably gonna have to update that every game. God damn it. But here we go. We are settling in. For the time being, again, uThermal is unscouted. SCV Scout coming in from Kiwian to try and determine what the hell is going on and what race uThermal is playing. Is coming in with the SCV Scout. Likewise, uThermal going for his own Worker Scout as well. Oh my god, as we do see Kiwian opening up 3 racks. Now, he is going for a CC first into a 3 racks. This is an economic build by the Brood War Terran player. Do not confuse this with the aggression that uThermal went for. Remember, last game, uThermal went for a 1 base all-in. It was a 1 base all-in out of uThermal in game 1. Here we see Kiwian going for delayed Rax's CC first. So more economic here from Kiwian. Back at home, uThermal, double gas opener into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. Now, uThermal should still be expanding behind this. Technically, he can go for a starport into a one-base all-in himself, but he should be expanding. And we should be embracing a longer game state. Little detail, Marines, they changed visually slightly after researching the 2-3H shells. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, I'll try to keep an eye on that. It's going to be difficult, but I'll do my best. As I'm sure it's going to be researched this game by Kiwian, as Kiwian, he is going into Stim. Once again, an Academy. Again, 3 racks into Academy, into Stim, into, of course, the rest of the upgrades, into the mid-game. Likewise, uThermal, for the first time this series, he's expanding. He is going to be expanding, taking the natural, getting into his 1-1-1 follow-up. Let's go. Reapers a poke in, chipping away the Marines, dancing with the army. As a reminder as well, as we load to Sylphid, there's no Reaper cliff. There is no cliff into the main base, so the Reapers, they have no way into the main to get a better scout. Ooh, as 1 Marine goes down, 2 Marines go down. Hellion has arrived, a 3rd Marine falls as well. So far, very nice trades here from uThermal. Hasn't lost a single unit, very efficient. Gets 3 Marines, bunkers on the way. Can uThermal catch another Marine? I think he can. Oh, he's trying. Oh, gets another. Just slowing down the Marine count here. Another Marine falls every time. How many so far? 6! 6 Marine kills for nothing. So very efficient trades. Behind this, uThermal getting into his tank production. So bio tank into, I imagine, Raven. This could be Banshee. Leading towards the side of Raven here from our Terran. Stim is done. Finally, completion of Stim. uThermal, he has to respect the army. Backs off. Medic has arrived. And Kiwian holds. Kiwian does hold. But so far, a really strong start for uThermal. Because he killed so many Marines, that means that Kiwian has less pushing power. It means he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. If he wants to be active with Stim, he can no longer be. Working towards his own tank production. And again, if you do want to tune into some amazing TBT between Brood War and SC2, I do recommend the group stage. We have a Terran group with uThermal getting involved as well. uThermal, Homono, and Spirit. And we had some incredible matches, and it's a lot to live up to. Oh, let's go! Oh my god, Flare is on the way. God, what's the name of the upgrade again? But we do have the medic upgrade in production. Let's go! Actually canceling the shell upgrade in favor of it. Interesting. Is it Ion Flare or something? Oh god, I can't quite recall. But regardless, it is an upgrade for the medics. The way that it works, I believe, is that it reduces the vision, the sight of a unit to 1. Not quite to 0, but to 1, if I recall correctly. So that can be used, for example, to try and disable tanks. Of course, the units can still use the vision of other units around it to actually attack and actually gain vision and gain range. But if it's on its own, then it sees nothing, as it is researched. Yeah, there we go. Does finish up. Optic Flare, that's it, Optic Flare. Not Ion Flare. You know what I mean. But Optic Flare has been researched. As we have a double tank production out of uThermal. Double factory, that is unorthodox. Sorry, I didn't quite notice that. But okay, double tank production here from our blue Terran player. So a heavy tank count early on. Looking to embrace mech, I imagine. I would imagine. Scan does reveal the tank count as well. Kiwian back at home, working on additional bio. Still not quite embracing siege mode. Not quite. And we'll try to get an eye here on the visual change of the Marine. Does catch out them. Hellion, not bad. Hellion goes down. uThermal getting into his own lib production. Now he goes for his move out. Tanks are unsieged. Alright, where's the visual change? I'm looking at the guns. Up. Oh, actually, sorry. It's on the shoulder, right? Are those meant to be like the slugs? Like the shells on the shoulder? Okay. Let's go. I was looking at the wrong place. But here we go. Tanks have arrived. Again, it is a very heavy tank count because of the additional factories early on. uThermal pushing forward. Remember, uThermal, he has no stim, he has no bio upgrades, just purely relying on the tanks and the air control. So Tank Liberator has arrived. And we can't push into this. Yeah, this move out is brutal. Third CC's all the way behind this. Remember, delayed tank production from Killian. He has no tank. Siege mode does research, but he's down to one tank. And uThermal is snowballing out of control. He breaks the natural. And how do you push into this? Into this line of tanks and liberators. Ay, ay, ay. Killian, he wasn't expecting this. I mean, he had no idea. He scanned the natural. He did not scan the main. Liberators have arrived. And uThermal is snowballing out of control. Yeah, you know what happened, Papi. Killian, the pants were down. Oh. I mean, he had no idea what was coming his way until it was too late, and he was woefully underprepared. The Bio Army cannot engage. And again, he has no air control here to fight against those libs. Medevac's going down. Killian attempting a surround here, or attempting a counterattack, but the natural has fallen, and uThermal is pushing into the main. And soon to camp the production. Now, this entry point into the main base is very narrow. It's very narrow here, very difficult to really push through. It's not going to be easy. And in the meantime, Killian going for a massive counterattack instead. Is going for a counterattack back at home. Oh my, there's so many tanks. There's 6 tanks to defend. You know what it is, uThermal, his pants are up. Oh my god. He is so well fortified here. Marines, they melt, trying to break the natural. GG gets called. And uThermal takes game number 2. GG, a very aggressive build by uThermal, rushing into a second factory, rushing into early tank production, into those fast liberators as well. And again, the goal there was to try and hopefully catch the Terran player off guard, as Killian, he wasn't quite set up for that. He was building up Marines, but he had no tanks of his own. Likewise, he had no air control of his own either. No way to really fight against all those all those liberators. He was stuck with a heavy bio composition, a composition that he couldn't quite make use of. I do think that ideally, winding it back, it kind of reminds me of like tank pushes in TVP, where ideally, if Killian was aware of the move outs, if you're stuck with a mass marine army like that, ideally you would want to engage out on the map and slow down the push, right? Slow down the push, force the tanks to siege. Remember, uThermal, liberators, they can't really support the army against marines, not when they're out on the map. Likewise, he had no stim of his own, so ideally you want to pick a tank off here and there, force the siege, and buy time to build up your own army. Unfortunately, Killian didn't spot the move out and wasn't able to engage until the army was already in his face. It was already in his face, already knocking down that front door. I would imagine that's kind of the approach you would have to take. Very similar to Terran versus Protoss, where a Protoss player with a gateway heavy composition needs to slow down the tank push. Otherwise, it's over. Otherwise, it does end then and there. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. It's been a very fast series so far, but hopefully things can slow down here as we are loading into the island map. We're going to be loading into the near Isles of Siren. Let's go. Let us go. Counterattack, yes. Massive Pappy. Respect the Marine, the man with gun. I mean, clearly not against the tank line, but it's all he had left. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and oh, they have maintained their colors this time. Let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have the Brood War Terran player. The Brood War Terran from the land of the Netherlands, living in the land of Mexico. It is uThermal. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from South Korea, the SE2 Terran. Can he bounce back? He has the hero now to make a series out of this. It is a Killian. Let's go. Now, if you have not seen this map before, if you're just now tuning in, then welcome one and all to Neo Isles of Siren. Welcome to an island map. Now, unlike some of these other maps, what is most interesting to me is it is split up by these small rivers. You have these rivers that completely slice up the entire map. You cannot pass through, without exception, of course, with drop play, with Nidus worms, with drop play, with more drop play. I mean, it's TVT, so drops are going to be the way to go here to try to get past, or just a Sky Terran army, you know, going into Banshee, into Viking, into BC. We have seen players like Hormono embrace Mass Viking. Mass Viking with Liberator can pop off in this matchup. True. So you can go Viking Lib. Curious to see how this does play out. On top of that, this isn't just an island map. We have 4-player spawns as well. So top right, top left, bottom right as well. There's 4 possible spawn locations, and there is a center base as well that can be quite effective with 4 gas geysers and so many mineral patches. So that is something that you can fight for, that you can try to vie for as well. When it comes to your own islands, you have 4 bases. You have your main, you have your natural, you have your third, and you have this 4th base as well. The 4th base is more exposed. You can see here, to gain access to the 4th, you have to go the long way around. This means specifically to reinforce this location, if it's attacked, it takes a long time. If your army is positioned here, for example, and if it's ground based, to get to this base, it has to go all the way around. And we have seen players taken advantage of. We have seen players struggle to defend this center base specifically because of moments like that. So yeah, again, some unique features when it comes to the base locations. Meanwhile, we can settle it. And we have mech, of course. Double factory here out of Sal Tequila, out of uThermal. Interesting build choice here from uThermal. I'm curious if he plans on going for drop play. With double factory, I would assume so. Meanwhile, we do see likewise our mech as well. The Rax floats over to scout. Remember, they don't know where they are. They don't know where their opponent is, I should say, or where they are as well, I suppose. As the Rax is floating, looking for uThermal. You can be quite greedy and try to rush into multiple CCs, but it's going to be mech. It's mech versus mech. God damn it. Is going to be mech v mech. We do have vultures on the way. We're getting into ion thrusters, and I would imagine we're going for a vulture drop. Okay, so vulture drop out of one player. Meanwhile, I would imagine cyclone drop out of the other. And who comes out on top, the cyclone or the vulture? Let's go. Oh, actually, okay, cyclones with Vikings as well. All right, let's go. We'll have additional anti-air. I mean, that's going to be the big factor here, is that Kiwian with Cyclones and Vikings, he will have anti-air. He can shut down the drop itself. Meanwhile, uThermal cannot. As uThermal comes in with that Rax, will float in and will confirm the expansion location. I'm curious if Kiwian will see the Rax itself. Ooh, he does. Okay, he does spot the Rax. Rax floats in. Kiwian knows. So both players are now aware of their spawn locations. Drop is moving in. And here come the Cyclones. Likewise, we do have uThermal setting up back at home. Spider Mine's on the way. The Wraith is being hunted down by the Viking. The Wraith will be able to outspeed and outmaneuver the Viking, though. Does get away. Cyclones into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. So far, 2 SCV kills. Vultures are coming from behind. They try to engage, but limited anti-air, which means Kiwian shouldn't lose a single unit. There we go. Does pick up, does get out. And what shoots up? 2 Marines. 2 Marines, they tickle the medevac. Across the map, I believe the Wraith went down. Yep, the Wraith did fall. And so far, Kiwian, he gets the better of it. Kills the Wraith, kills some SCVs, gets away with every single unit. Very efficient trades here by Kiwian, as he has yet to lose a single unit. Trading well. Meanwhile, from the side of uThermal, we are getting into drop play. There we go. Medevac, sorry, dropship has arrived. And it is going to be moving out. Now, the dropship is it's not as maneuverable as the medevac, of course. Has no boost. It has no boost. Likewise, cannot heal. But does make its way over towards the main. Spider Mines was researched. And uThermal dives in. Does dive in, does delay some of the production, getting a couple of SCV kills. Spider Mines are set up. Up! Nice scan. Kiwian, he does clean up all the Spider Mines, but SCVs are going down, and they fall so quickly to the Vultures. That's going to be 7 SCV kills. Oh my god. Vultures, they might struggle in a head-on fight against the Cyclones, but against workers, they pop off. As they try to drag the Cyclones into Spider Mine range. Up! They're trying. Nice scan. Vultures, they do escape. They try to get into the middle line. Another SCV goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2 more. Almost 3. But 9 SCV kills in total. Is cleaned up. At the same time, Cyclone drop into the main. Goliaths have arrived. And with the help of the Goliaths, it looks like uThermal will hold. The medevac! Oh no! Boost is on cooldown. Oh, boost it was on cooldown. Medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Nice defense here by uThermal. Settling on his 2 bases. We do see his opponent getting his 3rd. Even working on a 4th CC. But it's such an awkward game state because even if we're getting damage here and there, and even if, you know, units are popping off, there's no real pushing power for either player just because of the islands, right? Like, the main armies cannot really counterattack at any moment. Both players heavily reliant here on drop play. Cyclone drop into the natural. Oh, going for the SCVs. Gets 2. But the tank is in position. uThermal defends. Likewise, skirting around the edge, going for a Goliath drop. What? That I was not expecting. Okay. Goliath drop across the map, not a Vulture drop. Interesting. Also, Kiwin, he does lay claim to the center base, making sure that no expansion is taken. Do love to see it. The Rax has landed. uThermal moving out with another drop. It's going to be 4 Goliaths towards the left. It's going to be double Goliath, double Vulture here on the right. He can go for the Viking. Goliaths get a handful of SCV kills. Another dropship. Ooh, the dropship does not unload whatsoever, but it is controlled there by uThermal. He loses every single unit in that drop. So brutal losses for him. He was focusing elsewhere, paying attention to his drop towards the south instead. And Kiwian is holding. Is holding on. Getting into Hurricane engines. As you can see, uThermal just hurling up, throwing down turrets, throwing down spider mines. We could be here for a while, I'll be honest. Like, our players are going to be heavily fortified back at home, and trying to be aggressive is going to be difficult because, I'll be honest, players have to invest into mass medevac and dropship. Like, a lot of supply is going to be invested into dropships and medevacs more than normal, just to be active. I mean, the Vikings are still an X factor, true. Like, Vikings are that much more impactful here for SC2. Because Vikings can land, they can harass, and they can more easily lead into, like, Mass Raven into BC. And into Liberator as well. Like, Sky Terran is definitely, like, a viable option to take into here, I feel. From the side of Kiwian. Meanwhile, he does go for the expansion. We spoke earlier, the space is exposed, and the CC is going to go down. Massive pickup! CC falls. Nicely done here by Kiwian. Pulls away. Does pull away. Still additional factory production. No additional starports. I'm still very much so on the fence, I'll be honest, about not embracing Sky Terran as quickly. I feel like, especially in TVT, you can. Especially on a map like this, on an island map. I do feel like that's something you can get away with, but, I mean, for the time being, Kiwian is not. Is not doing so. So if I assume Terran seems OP compared to SC1 Terran, this is where I said, as I said before, I do recommend watching the group stage. Seeing like Bio Ghost, like Brood War Bio Ghost up against Mech is like, it's beautiful. Like seeing the lockdown on like tank lines and seeing like armies cleaned up, like in general, I'm a big fan of the Brood War Ghost. It's a really nice, it has really nice unit interaction in TVT. But a lot of this dynamic is just so different because of the fact that we're on islands. Like, because of the fact that neither player can be properly aggressive, like, it's just such a weird game state. It's like, so odd. As we do see Kiwi, and he's the first to expand here in the center of the map. Like, the way that island maps play out is unique to any other, and I don't think it is applicable to really kind of apply any kind of balanced discussion on island maps and apply it to, like, you know, regular gameplay. Here we go, massive Goliath, massive Vulture drop into the main. Oh my god, the SCVs are going down. Goliath, they just have to, sorry, Goliath, I keep saying that. Vultures, they have their way with this. 11 SCV kills. Mine just going up, they take out the tanks. Oh my god. One of the tanks goes down, the other does hold its own, will barely fall. That's 17 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Kiwian getting pulled apart, but Kiwian has a center base. He has a center location. So these are losses that Kiwian can afford, as he has expanded. Bugging out a little bit here. I think the CC is rallied elsewhere. We'll get a handle on it. Meanwhile, another vulture. Sorry, this time there it is. This time a Goliath drop towards the south. Goliaths are moving out. As we're building up more tanks, building up more siege lines. We do see uThermal getting into a very heavy Goliath tank composition. Meanwhile, we do see Kiwian instead going tank Viking, which I think is the right call. I do think that, I mean, it's all about air control to deny these drops. Oh! Goliaths, they do zone away the Vikings. Double drop moves out. But like, again, like these main armies, I don't see them ever attacking. Like, how do they, right? Like, you have to slowly like leapfrog them over into an area that you can actually make use of. Speaking of, I mean, there's a Doom Drop. This is it. Doom Drop does boost in, full of tanks. And finally, the first assault has occurred at the same time. We have the Goliath drop here across the map. Ooh, dropship goes down. But here we go, the army has landed. And uThermal is focusing elsewhere. And uThermal is paying attention to the drop instead. SCVs are going down. uThermal's attention is being split. And we have more drops on the way. And again, because this river is so narrow, tanks, they can support from one side to the other. So really nice setup here from Kiwian. Goliaths, they're still wreaking havoc. They're still being active. Speaking of ghosts, there it is. Ghost production has begun. Lockdown has yet to be researched, but ghosts are on the way for uThermal. As another CC is going to be going down, uThermal attempting to expand. Does get a CC. Not bad. CC goes down. Two of them even. 2 command centers fall. 11 SCV kills. Goliaths across the map are being cleaned up. And uThermal is not quite ready to deal with this kind of... I mean, he can't engage here. Cannot push in. Instead, going for a Doom Drop. Let's go. Goes for his own drop towards the center. Sieges up his tanks. Takes control of this into base. And this planetary should go down. It's only 3 tanks, actually. It's mainly Goliath here. Oh. Most of the tanks left at home. There we go. The ghosts have arrived to help support. In a way, trading a base for a base. uThermal, he's on 4 bases. Likewise, so is Kiwian. So an even base count. A comparable economy. And again, even though Kiwian is maxed, a lot of supply he can't actually make use of. So it's kind of a weird game state. But here come the libs. Yeah, tank Viking lib here. For Kiwian, getting on top of the tanks. And there's no answer currently. Lockdown is still being researched. We do see drop versus drop. Let's go. uThermal protecting his southern base. Kiwian boosting in. Oh, does spot the army. Going for the high ground. Uh-oh. There's high ground here. The Kiwian can try to make use of. Liberator slowly pushing forward. Goliaths, they get 1. They get barely the second. And Goliath range, not bad. Was out of range of these tanks. So nice cleanup there by uThermal. Both armies are about to max out. uThermal will have the supply lead because he has more army to defend compared to his opponents. Ooh, Vikings, they do catch a couple of dropships. But what I'm getting at here, in this kind of game state, in these island maps, you have all this supply at home for Kiwian that can't help. It cannot help here in the assault. without, you know, medevacs to drop them over. So reinforcements are so delayed. Well, that still doesn't make it easy here to break through. Here we go, the ghosts are coming in. Show us the lockdowns. And there we go, they lock down every single tank. Or most of the tanks even. Still a couple of tanks left over. Ooh, the ghost did fall. An expensive breakout here for uThermal. Did lose most of his ghosts, but alas, he cleans us up. Oh my god. Tank blows are brutal. We'll get the final tank. He keeps going. The momentum. He does keep pushing. The dropships are here. But alas, QE, he has reinforcements. Oh my god. Yeah, uThermal, he cannot push in. Calm down, Pappy. Calm down. Does pull away. Yeah, Viking Lib will zone back the main army. And QE now he's on that center base. And uThermal, where are we headed? Where are we going? And we spoke about it. It's so awkward to defend this location. So awkward. CC is going to go down. uThermal coming into his drop. Behind this, BC production has begun. I feel like that's kind of the end game here for Kiwian, is getting into Viking BC. That's going to be Kiwian's kind of win condition, or his like final form. Oh. A miss rally there from uThermal. uThermal still shocking around with those drops, still trying to find a way in. I mean, hey, we have a ring of turrets set up already here for Kiwian with now BCs. Oh my god. The tanks are ready for this though. There's a siege. Do we have enough lockdowns? Nah, the tanks, they siege up in time. And uThermal, he was late to react. Did react too late. Are there any ghosts with this drop? There are 2 ghosts. Okay, there's 4 ghosts. Sorry, 2. Okay. 2 ghosts with the drop. So we can actually fight against the BCs, but the BCs, they bypass the main army. They're headed towards the southern expansions. The main drop, I should say. Yeah, there's no answer. I mean, there are turrets, but there's no Goliaths, there's no ghosts here. The drop has to respond. There are 3 Goliaths. Let's go. But the drops are here. Yeah, Kiwi, he rotates. Oh, the spider mines! Oh my god! Spider mines go up. They catch a couple of tanks. But Kiwi, he does rotate, and uThermal is not in position. And uThermal's now being starved out. uThermal is down to 0 mining here at the natural, 0 mining in the main. There's 0 mining here at the third. No economy for uThermal. He has no money. No money, man. Oh my god. The BC barely teleports away. But with this, eventually, uThermal, he's just being starved out. He's just being starved out. uThermal, he cannot max. And really, all that Kiwi has to do is trade. Just trade with the army. And those are going to be trades that uThermal cannot afford. As he is attempting to take these southern... I mean, he's relocated. Yo, is uThermal just going to, like, lift all the buildings and leave? Yo, the mass lockdown. Let's go. Lockdown on the tanks. They will get cleaned up. This time, a much better trade here for uThermal. Previously, he lost all of his ghosts in the process. Not this time, though. So let's lock down the army. Good cleanup. But uThermal needs more. And again, over time, he will just run out of steam if he doesn't take more expansions. What I was going to say, though, is that technically uThermal, he could just lift all of his buildings and just like migrate over towards the south instead. Oh, as BCs, they teleport on top of the army. Goliath's getting caught out, so we need those ghosts. Again, uThermal, he split up, but he cannot respond. Dropships are going down. Do we have any dropships left? There's 5 left. 5 left for uThermal. I believe these are the 5 remaining dropships, which means that this army is stuck. It's stranded. The armies are stranded. Dropships into the center base. It's gonna go down. The dropships, I mean. Boys are being pulled. Vikings land. No planetary. They're locked. No planetary, and it looks like uThermal might just barely come out on top here. It's gonna be close. Yeah, barely does clean up that army, but GG gets called, and Kiwian, he wins the war here as Kiwian fights back and puts a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, uThermal just ran out of money, ran out of resources towards the end there. Likewise, was having a hard time keeping up with some of the drop play and some of the movements of Kiwian. Kiwian's army was more mobile, thanks to the boost on the medevacs, of course. And Kiwian did pull uThermal apart. GG. GG, well played. Kiwian does fight back and does put a point on the board, but now we're getting into game number 4. And I'm looking forward to more of a mid game here. Again, as I mentioned before, I don't think games on maps like island maps don't really tell us much about balance or tell us much about army interactions outside of specific drop play and specific air control and air movement, which I do think that SC2 Terran has the edge over Brood War Terran in that scenario. Here I'm hoping for more of a back and forth mid game. I want to embrace a longer game state here. We'll see if we can get it as we're loading into ley lines. Let's go. Loading into ley lines. Basically, SE1 ghosts make SE2 ghosts look balanced. True. Brood War ghosts are crazy. And we'll see if we can embrace them again here as spawning. God, they changed places. God damn it. Spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brood War Terran player. The Brood War Terran representing himself from the land of the Netherlands, leading the series still 2-1, still 1 game away from taking it all and making it to those semifinals. It is uThermal. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the SE2 Terran. It is Kiwian, aka TOP. Oh, and do you see what I see? Same build here by uThermal. He's going for the 2-rack stim timing here once again, and give me a moment to set up the player names. Hold on. Bam. Okay, there's uThermal. And there's Kiwian. Beautiful. Okay, we are settling in. And again, it does look like the same build here from uThermal, going for that faster stim. And we have seen Kiwian struggle to defend against that before, but I do think part of that was also because of his lack of scouting. I do think that especially against a bio composition, we have seen Hellions completely shut this down. And I'm curious if Kiwian responds with a more Hellion-heavy composition instead. We'll see. We shall see. As he does poke in, he does get eyes on not much, actually. The SCV scout left much to be desired, and there we go. The SCV comes back in, thankfully, and we'll get eyes on the single gas, and we'll get eyes on, hopefully, the 2 Raxes.
Command center upgrade.
The academy is hidden, so Kiwian still doesn't know what's going on. There we go. First Marine is revealed, but he has to see the second Rax. No! Oh, second Marine. Okay, that's a bit of a tell. Kind of. Maybe. Has he seen enough? Yeah, bunker. Bunker's on the... Oh my god, Jesus. That's a strong reaction here. A strong response from Kiwian. Bunker already... I mean, it makes sense. He thought it was a proxy. When he first saw the lack of racks, he thought it was a proxy, so he responds with a bunker, double gas into a factory. So it looks like he thought he was being cheesed, but I mean, he kind of is. I should say he thought he was being proxied. There is no proxy. The Marines they're backing up, medevacs as well, but this is very safe play by Kiwian. It's actually 1 base play. Oh my god. 1 base versus 1 base. Whose base is stronger? We're expanding. uThermal is expanding. I do like this. I do like that uThermal is planning on expanding here instead. And once uThermal realizes there is no natural expansion, there's no reason to push up the ramp. There's no reason to try to force the issue here. Tank is on the way. Starport for, I would imagine, a medevac. uThermal's moving out. And he's not all in. uThermal is expanding. Is moving out across the map. And hopefully uThermal doesn't throw his army away, is what I will say. There we go. He does confirm the lack of natural. And I wouldn't be opposed to him just checking the ramp to see what he can see on top of the production. But there's a tank on the high ground as well. Maybe sending one Marine in? Not even. I like this more. He just backs off. He just backs off from here, contains his opponent, and expands. So Natural's getting up and running. Fusion! Oh my god. Fusion core's on the way. BCs. Okay, we have it. Oh, the scan into the main does not get eyes on the starport or the fusion core. Very unfortunate scan there for uThermal. He only sees half the picture. Does confirm that there's an expansion on the way, so he knows it's not one base all in, but he misses the critical tech. Very important here that he needs to see this. Back at home, he's building up more bio. You can see he's looking for the starport. Yeah, he didn't see the starport in the main, so he thinks it's proxied. He's looking for a proxy starport out on the map. It makes sense. Looking for, I mean, medevac production or even proxy BC. uThermal, he is scouting. Factory now on the way. Now, at least uThermal, he does have, you know, a very biocentric army that does shoot up. There we go, the upgrades are done. Upgrades are done here for uThermal. I'm not fond of this move out, though, because he's going to leave nothing at home to defend. BC could just teleport in and could just end the game. Especially because defensively here with these tanks, I don't really see uThermal, sorry, Kiwian being broken, but we'll see. See if uThermal can make some magic happen here. As he does rally in. He confirms there is an expansion. And here comes the BC. I did hear it teleporting. Yeah, there we go. Teleports into the main. BC has arrived in uThermal. He races back home. Completely out of position. uThermal getting caught with his pants down. He did not scout the tech across the map. Did not see the fusion core. Did not see the starport. SCVs are falling. And the Marines are still coming home. They're still racing home. Ooh. As more Marines go down, 4 SCV kills. Getting up towards 5. Delaying the starports. And there's a second stim. And he will catch the BC. Kiwian overextending. Massive pickoff. BC goes down. And uThermal is still in this. He's still in this game. He almost 4 SCVs. That could have been so much worse. The BC should not have gone down. But there's another on the way. Second BC in production. Additional factories. It's mech. It's going to be mech here. BC into mech from Kiwian. Getting to a 3rd CC. Likewise, we do see uThermal going into bio instead. Marine, medevac, into a 3rd base. Into, I would imagine, Ghost production. Let's go. We have a game. We have a game back. uThermal didn't die, killed the battlecruiser. We're building up towards our 3 base economies, and we're getting into the mid game. Do love to see it here. Science facilities on the way. We can, try to work this to get into science vessel production. True. Scan into the main reveals now the starport, I believe? Question mark? No. Yeah, it does. That does. Barely does spot the starport. Now he knows. Does see both factories, so he's aware of the mech. He is aware of the mech coming his way. He was the 1 SCV kill so far. Not the most losses here at the 3rd. Again, uThermal is just trying to stabilize, recover from those earlier losses. Has a faster 3rd, of course, so we can try to take an economic lead. 3rd base, not too far behind for Kiwian. Is now taking it, and he's building up his tank counts, building up his siege line. And unlike the previous map, there's a lot of counterattack potential, as we're not stuck on islands this time. There's the Ghost Academy. Ghost Academy on the way here for Kiwian. Interesting. That he would go for Ghost first instead of uThermal. Then he does find the tanks. Does spot them as he moves out. BC into the natural. Once again, uThermal out of position. It just keeps happening. Once again, he has to come all the way back home. The BC punish is real. 5 more SCV kills. Ay. That's a 5, getting up to 6 SCVs and a depot. And uThermal can engage, but this time there's dead space. This time the BC should not die. Backs up. Oh, and I assumed it was going to be bio, but that's 2 more factories. Never mind. I mean, it's kind of bio, but it's into a... Well, should be attacking vehicle. Oh, attacking vehicle position. BC teleports away just in time. Whew. Does get out of there. Does teleport back home. I would imagine that if his opponent was going into bio, then we would have actually made use of the starport and the science facility. Again, science vessels with a radiate would have made sense against a bio heavy composition against marines, but against mech less so. Oh, I'm getting deja vu. Once again, uThermal moves out at the same time. This time, not a BC, but a Hellion run by into the natural, into the third. Oh, not this time though. uThermal does defend. He has reinforcements. This time he's in position. Scans a third, sees the massive tank line. Ghosts already on the way here for Kiwian. So we are building up. See uThermal trying to catch out these Hellions. Dust him across. Can they catch them? Up! He wants them. Oh, barely will miss the Hellions. Yeah, just barely. Hellions, they do get away for the most part. Catching a medic. And they at least get a medic. As Goliath's now going to be on the way. Will help against, I guess, some of the BCs. Getting to his own science facility production. Science vessel production, even. Optic Flare would have rendered the BC nearly useless. We have seen that used to great effect when it comes to things like Disruptor drops and like Colossus drops. Like Optic Flare is like, it's so underutilized, but it can be so effective in like certain key situations. If you know what's going on, right? Like you're correct in that sense. Like if uThermal had scanned and if he had seen the BC initially, the BC production, then going into Optic Flare would have been such a great way to just counter it. Would have been crazy. If he had known, right? So we are going to be expanding, taking another base. Oh my god. Species does barely get out once again. Does teleport back out. But basically we're going to be here for a while as both players are just turtling up. We have siege lines, we have ghosts, turrets, sensor towers. As we do move forward. We kind of course defensive matrix as well. Oh, the EMP! EMP goes off both the EMPs! As science vessels rendered useless. They can't really support. And from here, uThermal will have to back up. I love the sound of the tank unsieging, resieging for Brood War. It's so nostalgic. Let's go. As Kiwian is maxed, uThermal still lagging a little bit behind. Now getting into his own ghosts. Let's go. As Kiwian does push, uThermal, he misses the move out. He's out of position. He's completely out of position. Kiwian pushing forward towards the right-hand base. And we may as well just go for a base trade here at this point. As in trading a base for a base, as top left is going to fall. At the same time, Kiwian pushing in towards bottom right. CC goes down. Lives through siege. No lockdown yet. Ooh, Ghost goes down. Tank as well. Brutal losses here for uThermal. Oh, and he rallies in. No! Rallies in a Ghost. Yeah, bleeding out far too much here to the libs. He's trying to set up a surround though. attempting to come in from behind, but the siege line is brutal. BC teleporting in, no anti-air, just the one Goliath. And uThermal was just getting picked apart. Having a hard time keeping up here as Killian is pushing forward. He does step in. Oh my, into a tank line. Yeah, tank line is brutal. There's the defense matrix, but too little too late. As he will collapse on the army. And he will eventually break out of this. He's going to try to at least. Not even. Yeah, the tank line is too strong. GG gets called as uThermal, he just rams his face into a brick wall, and Killian ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Lockdown was finishing in 0.2 seconds. Lockdown was finishing after the fight concluded. GG, well played. Ooh, we're going all the way to game 5. Let's go. We are going to game 5, and once again, it is uThermal's race pick of choice, and he is picking Brood War Terran once again. So uThermal, he is sticking with Brood War Terran. He does not want to touch SE2 Terran, not at all. And we'll see if he can keep up this time. Again, it was just a really unfortunate start for uThermal. He scanned, he missed the tech choice of his opponent. He did not see the BC production. He was not aware. Likewise, I do think that one of the big factors as well is just lack of map vision and map control. We saw multiple times Killian just take advantage of the fact that uThermal was out of position. Multiple times he was caught out of position with his army. He was out on the map when he needed not to be. He had to race back home multiple times and was just abused by that. Abused by the non-stop harass here from Killian. And now we're going to game 5. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 5. We'll see how this story ends. We go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Troy, we have the, once again, Brood War Terran player, as he did of course pick the Brood War race here for the ace match from the land of the Netherlands. Oh, I do have to, one moment. There we go. From the land of the Netherlands, living in the land of Mexico, it is uThermal. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the SE2 Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Killian from South Korea. One moment. I'll set up the players. Here we go. Because we are setting up our players here, and we'll see what openers we do decide to go for. Welcome one and all to Troy. Troy is a 4-player spawn map, so as a reminder, our players do not know where they are. They don't know if their opponent has spawned in towards a cross spawn diagonal location, or either a horizontal or vertical spawn instead. So our players are playing in the dark. SCV Scout here from uThermal, likewise SCV Scout from Killian, and the SCVs, they will find each other, and they confirm. Very early scout here. Both players do confirm the vertical spawns. And it's going to be a double gas opener from Killian. What does this mean? Double gas into a faster factory. Now, we saw last game, this led into a fast starport, into a BC opener. Doesn't have to be BC. This could be a Banshee opener. It could lead into a Widowmine drop. Could lead into early Cyclones, early tank production. There's a lot of tech possibilities here for Killian. Meanwhile, back at home, single gas opener out of uThermal. Still opening up racks into factory. Okay, interesting. I'm curious if we're going to be embracing early Vulture production from the side of uThermal. As SCVs are moving out. Just confirm their scouts. There's that faster command center for uThermal. And again, because of the double gas opener, Killian is going for a delayed CC. Should be delayed. This could be a one base all in, true, but it should just be a delayed command center. Yeah, as the FC moves out, and Killian will expand. As CC is placed. Reaper Scout is denied. As a reminder, there is no Reaper Cliff coming into the main, so the only entry point here is the natural. And that is Vulture production has begun. The Reaper does hide in the tall grass. You do love to see it. Killian does remain hidden. uThermal does hit the natural. Will attempt to delay the CC. Cyclone is still in production. And the CC is delayed. Nice pick up here from uThermal. Bust into the main. Getting another SCV again. Vultures, they kill SCV so quickly. 3 hits is all it takes. Cyclone has right, but that's 3 SCV kills. That's a delay on the command center. This was worth it for uThermal. As long as it doesn't lose a second vulture. It does pull back. Ooh, do you see what I see? Mech. Let's go. Ion thrusters on the way. Second factory. It is going to be mech this time from uThermal. And there's a fast armory as well. So uThermal's embracing mech. Meanwhile, Kiwin has yet to really decide his tech of choice. Thermal does get on top of that Reaper. Shuts down the Cyclone as well. I would say a more efficient trade here for uThermal. Again, Vultures, they're mineral based, they don't cost any gas, so much more efficient here from the Broodlord Terran. So Ion Thrusters is on the way. That is Vulture speed. And I would not be surprised if Kiwi also plays mech, and we see mech versus mech here for the ace match. We have seen that before in the group stage between Hon Mono and uThermal. We have seen mech v mech. Vultures, they attempt to dive in. Ooh, they are denied. Goliath production. I mean, this will deny any drop play or Raven harass. True. Speaking of drop play, I mean, there we go. Kiwian does send out a drop here towards the natural. Out of the glass are ready for this. Medevac getting targeted down. Up! Oh my god, will escape. Will boost away. Kiwian getting the hell out of there. Likewise, Spider Mines is being researched. Dropship on the way here for uThermal, going for a Vulture drop, I would imagine. Let's go. These Vultures do move out. And, oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be mech here from Kiwian, but no, he's going to stim. Going to stim, going to interference matrix, third CC as well. There is a pseudo island here that you can take as well. Or there's basically an island here they can expand to. Scan reveals the setup, reveals stim being researched. uThermal knows it's bio, and he does get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. 3 Vultures, they one-shot SCVs. They do one-shot, they set up the Spider Mines as well. Ooh. 1 Vulture falls. The Raven will help clean this up. So nice clean up here from Kiwian. Shuts down all the Spider Mines and forces back the Vultures. Does force them back. Meanwhile, Kiwian still investing into more Cyclones here. Just committing to additional Cyclone production with bio. Interference Matrix is researched. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned here for uThermal. I'm concerned. I mean, there's a lot of power here and there's Ravens. A couple of Vultures get picked up. Army pushes forward. And you can see uThermal trying to set up here on the high ground. Getting into medic production? Okay. Wait, what? I mean, I guess they help tank? Sure. Okay. Medic production underway. Restoration. Yeah, interesting. Interesting setup here from uThermal. Very interesting. As we are going for the Vulture drop. Sorry, Goliath drop even. Oh my god. Goliaths, they get dropped in. Can they pick off the Ravens? Oh, they get so close. One of the Ravens gets very low. Does get low, but alas, the Raven does survive. Restoration has it completed here. It was finishing up in 5 seconds, and that would be a really nice counter here to the eventual disables. Let's go. So they can just kind of like scrub these tanks clean from the interference matrix. I would imagine that's their purpose. uThermal does move out. Moving forward, massive tank boys going up. Let's go. And honestly, like, that's just a really nice counter here to the Raven. Like, it's something that we just don't have in SE2. That's crazy. Oh my god. Well, it looks like there was a bit of a pause here. Very tense situation. Ravens are looking for their moment to shine. Likewise, so are the medics. You see uThermal expanding towards his opponents. Kiwian getting his own base, getting his own third. Yeah, as you're mentioning in the chat, I mean, that's what I'm referring to. The dynamic right now is between the interference matrix from the Raven and the restoration here from the medic. If I didn't make that clear, I do apologize. But yes, that's what we're referring to. When it comes to our two spellcasters, that's why I mentioned before that SE2 doesn't have that. SE2 doesn't have like an answer to like clear up an interference matrix, which is crazy. So it's a really cool dynamic here. So I do apologize if I didn't make that clear. As we do see Kiwian attempting to break out. Oh! Gets a scan. Gets within range. Oh, barely not there. Tanks have to pull back. It's a slow breakout here from Kiwian. Yo, the turrets are being thrown down. uThermal doing his best here to contain. Up. Remember, Stim is done. Likewise, Kiwian getting ready for his own breakouts. Oof. Tank is barely saved. Liberator's gaining ground. You see here uThermal with his surround, with his concave. Has his vultures ready. And we're waiting for either player to pull the trigger here to commit. uThermal does have that side supply lead, but it all comes down to the engagements. Who sieges first? Oh! Tank within range. Massive pickup. One tank goes down. Kiwian, be careful. Likewise, Liberator forcing him back. It's being forced back. We do have uThermal just continue to reinforce. Oh, and he collapses in. He commits. He's going for it. Does try to focus on the Ravens. The Bio Army stims in. The tanks, they are a little bit late to siege, but they do siege up. No major restorations, but the Bio Army will crumble, and it looks like uThermal, does he break through? Barely not. Barely not enough here. It was a bloodbath in the center. The tank lines, they survive. Liberator lives. And uThermal backs off. He backs off. Does back up from there. These tanks are exposed. They have to get the hell out of here. He's exposed. No, the tanks. The tanks are all going to go down. He stims in, he sims, and he wins. He shuts down every single tank. The Goliaths and everything else. GG gets called. Kiwian, he will break out. He will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, Kiwian. He does break out in the end. Again, it was a very nice concave setup there from uThermal. He was the one to decide to pull the trigger. Because of that, he had the disadvantage. Just winding it back very quickly, everything happened so fast there. uThermal did have a supply lead, true, but uThermal, he unsieged and he pushed into siege tanks. So he did lose a lot of supply trying to break that position, trying to break that setup from Kiwian. He was already pre-siege, he was already set up. And alas, uThermal, he was unable to break that in the end. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Kiwian does take the series and will advance on over uThermal. But a shout out to uThermal because I feel like we were able to embrace things that we never really see. again, like, I never really seen a player embrace restoration quite like that in TBT. I've seen more ghost-heavy compositions or like optic flares, but yeah, that is a really nice kind of counter or answer to the problem that is the Raven in Terran versus Terran. We didn't really get to see it come to play. Like, I was even trying to pay attention, and there was no like restoration used, I don't think, from the medics on those tanks. It was a very chaotic fight, very chaotic. Like, everything just caught on fire instantly. But regardless, GG, well played. Kyrian will advance on here, and with that, we have one series left. Also, get that, como está, chat? Grape Dactyl in the chat. God, baby, God, good to see you. It has been a while, If you haven't tuned in before, welcome to StarCraft Evolution. This is a mod. It is a mod that brings together Brood War and SC2. Oh. Is a mod. And with that, we have one series left. One series remaining here. It's going to be another TBT, a Terran versus Terran between Quanta and Spirit. Ooh, let's go. And I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I hope you're looking forward to some more TBT as they will continue here. The final series of the night. Now, when it comes to this matchup, I'll be honest. Well, thank you so much, Grape Dactyl. Thank you for resubscribing. I know. I was the same. When I first casted this, I was the exact same way. It took like the brain was just firing like in all different directions, like thinking of like the possibilities and the interactions. It's a lot to take in. It can be overwhelming for sure. 100%. But this is going to be the final series of the night, a best of 5 between Quanta and Spirit. Now, when it comes to these two players here, I do favor Quanta. I know Spirit is a more well-known player. True. I guess it's kind of like the dynamic between 3-Point and Classic with Spirit and Quanta, where Quanta is a lot more well-versed in SE Evolution, Spirit less so. And it's going to be about whether or not Spirit can kind of brute force the win here and rely on his own mechanics and rely on his own SE2 play as well to win out on this series. He has played significantly less StarCraft Evolution compared to Quanta. We did notice that in the group stage. It did feel like Spirit, he was playing on the fly. He was kind of like learning, like on the go, trying to adapt to his opponent and figure the game out then and there. So we did kind of notice that from Spirit, and I mean, it's been a couple of days since then, so he's had some time to refine himself. So we'll see. We'll see how much he has been able to refine himself and how strong he looks here against Quanta. Let's go. As we're getting into our final series of the night. How is the StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 side decided? Initially, higher seed, I think it's the higher seed picks. Initially, for game 1, higher seed picks, and then it's losers picks. Then it's the loser will pick if they want to play StarCraft 2 or Brood War. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leg Alliance, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing his new team Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the Red Terran from the land of Poland, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Spirit. Here we go. Oh, hello, Steel Mold. Hello. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. Oh, do you feel like you're in your youth again, Steel Mold? Ah, the Brood War. Crazy. Hope you're doing well. As we do have CC first. Interesting. Very greedy build here by Quanta. Going CC first into an SCV scout. So very greedy, very economic. Does lay his racks as a result. Likewise, Spirit doing the same. CC first out of Spirit as well. So both players are cutting corners, both players are playing economically as we embrace ley lines. It's 5 a.m., mate. I'm in my youth. Have you not slept? And it's 5 a.m.? Oh my, Steel, are you okay? Or have you just woken up? True. Good morning. As SCV does get into the main base, gets a full scout. And so far, nothing really to tell here outside of just confirming the economic builds of each other. The puppet never sleeps. True. Never sleeps. Ah, no. Not like this. Let's see about 1 a.m. we'll go waking up by a mosquito. You got it in the end. Nice. But now I can't sleep. So who really won is the question. You won the battle, Steel Mole, but did you win the war? The mosquito got what he wanted. Aye, Smirch. As we have confirmation, it's going to be mech. So Spirit, he throws down his first and his second factory. It's going to be mech here from our Polish Terran player. Meanwhile, Quanta back at home. Likewise, just getting to his own opener here. Racks into factory. Nothing major yet. No major tech decision from our blue Terran for the time being. But we have seen Quanta embrace mech before, and this could be mech versus mech. Could be the beginning of mech v mech here. As the Reaper moves out. Pokes in. It's like TBT, there are no winners. Oh no. That's Reaper is going to be zone backing, and the Vulture does gain map control, shuts down the Reaper. Very nice clean up here by Spirit. Getting into additional Vulture production. Meanwhile, Quanta, oh my god, Quanta, he is going for 1 starport at home and 1 proxy to cross the map. He's crazy. He's going 2-port. 2-port BC? It has to be, right? Oh my god. Starports are still finishing up. I mean, it could be Banshee first into BC. Doesn't have much on the ground to go for some kind of drop play. My eyes are on Quanta. Show us that Fusion Core. There it is. Fusion Core's on the way. 2-port BC out of Quanta. He's crazy. He's lost his mind. Tech labs are being added on, and the BC production is upon us. And for the time being, Spirit has no idea. Oh. Yeah, 3 Vultures are bleed back by the Cyclone. But a 4th Vulture has arrived. And who believes who? The SCV will try to repair and will top up the Cyclone a little bit longer. 1 Cyclone for 3 Vultures. Not the worst trade here for Quanta. Does hold his own. And more importantly, he forces back the Vultures. And he keeps his tech hidden. Goliath production on the way here for Spirit. To keep himself safe, secure. So Vulture into Goliath. Spider-Mine's being oh god. Did you see that? Spirit, he went through all 3. He went Ion Thrusters into Spider-Mines into Siege mode. So a little bit indecisive here from Spirit, but he's settling in. Researching Siege mode. BCs are on the way, and again, Spirit has no idea. Now, thankfully, Spirit, he will have Goliaths. He will have some Goliaths. He will have some anti-air, thankfully. Is it going to be enough, though? Will it be enough? We also have the Goliath range upgrade on the way. Will help. I mean, Spirit reading this quite well here. I mean, I imagine he just assumed because of the lack of units on the ground that it would be something more air heavy. Wraith also being researched, also in production. SCV Scouts, he knows. Big moment here for Spirit. He does scout, does confirm the proxy. He's aware. And he responds. Goliaths are on the way. And they're going to be hunting down that starport. The BC pops out, but Spirit knows. Here we go. Does get on top of that tech lab. BC has arrived. Teleports away. Into the main. Into the main. Let's go into a Wraith. The boys are being pulled. The master pair on the Goliath. Goliath stands strong. And with that, Spirit he holds. Ooh, second BC teleporting in. But the first one is being targeted down. And it falls. One of us. One more shot and it does go down. Massive pickup. And this build is not paying off here for Quanta. It was a bold move rushing into 2-port BC. But it does not pay off. 1 BC for a Wraith and 2 SCVs. It's not worth it. The other will escape. Barely gets away. But I mean, the entirety of the build here of Quanta was building up towards his BC production. It has been stopped. Has been stifled. Now he's trying to get into his own mech. But he's behind. And Spirit, he's just happily mining on 3 bases. Getting up to a 3-base economy. BC comes back in. You're like, Fappy, I need you to understand this. There is literal smoke coming out of my ears. Like the brain is being fried. Oh no. Aye. Not like this. Not like this. Be careful, Great Black. Be careful. Rest your brain. Jeez, as we have gone Mass Goliath. Oh my god. Not the best army composition, not gonna lie. It's not ideal when it comes to its anti-ground attack. Yamada goes up. Takes down the turrets. Goliath, they don't care. They're pushing across the map. Spirit, he sends it. He's sending it across the map with this Mass Goliath army. I mean, they do shoot down, true, but they're not ideal. They do force back that BC. BC goes down. Massive pickup. Zoning away those Cyclones as well. Not the most efficient trades here for the Goliaths, but, I mean, trades nonetheless. Oof. As Cyclones, they do quite well. Race, they come into support. Oh my god. Again, Race don't have the best anti-ground attack either. They kind of tickle the Cyclones, but hey, they get one. One Cyclone goes down. The boys are being pulled. SCVs are falling. Quanta will hold, but at what cost? At the cost of 12 SCVs. And maybe a 13th, a 14th? Oh, 14 SCV kills. Not bad. 14 SCVs. Spirit's still just rallying everything across the map. He doesn't care. He's not making Goliaths anymore, getting to tank and vulture production. Quanta does not see the army. He doesn't know. It's unaware. Oh, he does spread. We're trying to force some friendly fire. 17 SCV kills. Spirit getting a 4th base behind this. Yeah, and again, he's just snowballing out of control. He's just punishing the initial opener of Quanta so hard with all those BCs. Up. Let's push in. Gets a tank. Up, so close. The repairs. Tank goes down. And I was going for the final tank as well. It cannot shoot. Not this close. Not against these vultures. BC coming in. There's some Goliaths just in time. Can 2 Goliaths hold? Oh, they can't. They can outrange. No shot. They can outrange the BC. Come back. Oh, they're distracted by the Cyclones. So Goliaths, they race back home. Cyclones, they get some SCV kills, but that's going to be 40 worker kills across the map. Oh my god. 40 SCVs is insane. And with that, Spirit has a massive economic lead. We'll lose a couple of workers here on the right-hand side, but for the most part, Spirit, he can maintain these losses. Now getting to mass Goliath once again, making 5 Goliaths at a time. Jeez, calm down. There we go. He does cancel. Cancels the Goliaths, getting into tech labs or machine factories. Sorry, machine shops. Tank production underway. Again, Spirit may be reacting a little bit too hard to the BCs, but it's okay. The Biscuit Cruiser. Ah, yes. The biscuits are here. At least they're trying to be. They're doing their best. As it's on Quanta to defend, to stabilize, to turtle up, and to try to fortify himself on 4 bases. Spirit mass expanding. He does get punished. CC is going to be delayed. Do you have to cancel? Cancel in the command center. Likewise, potentially another cancel as well. Yamada goes up. Gets a Wraith. Hellbat harass on the right-hand side, getting on top of the tank. Let's go. Quanta doing everything he can here to try to bounce back. Takes down the tank. Gets into the mineral line. Tries to at least. Emphasis on tries. Hellbats, they are cleaned up. BC has to get the hell out of here. Meanwhile, Master Chat to get on in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hope you had a great time. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to StarCraft Evolution. Welcome to the Fall Championship. We are here in the quarterfinals. This is the final series of the night. It's been a long event. It's been a long broadcast. We've had many a best of 5, many even an ace match. But this is the final series here between Spirit and Quanta. Final series of the broadcast. Tanks are sieging up the Goliath. They do start a step forward. Oh, they try to get on top of the tanks. Unsuccessful, though. Goliath said they go for the CC. Command center goes down. Race, they have their way with this army. There's no anti-air. I mean, the race don't really do much damage, but they're doing their best. So they nibble away at those SCVs. At the same time, BC harass towards the north. You're getting a mineral line, not bad. Ooh. Oh my god, that Spirit, he does overextend, runs into tank fire. Big chunk of Goliaths go down, but back at home he defends. He shuts down the BCs. He cleans out the battle cruisers. He keeps on pushing, going into Mass Goliath once again. One of the BCs did survive, did teleport back home. And we're getting rowdy. We're getting chaotic. Hellbat morphing in the mineral line. Quanta is not going down without a fight. Does get another 4 or 5 SCVs. Spirit rotating in between the bases. Unable to push into the natural though. Has to pull back. And Spirit does pull away. Quanta's holding. He's holding on. Has been struggling to take a fourth. The fourth is heavily delayed here for Quanta, but he's slowly getting there. Once again. Spirit rotating over. Once again, I mean, every time he sees a BC, he reacts so hard here with Goliaths. I don't think it's quite the best way to break these siege lines, but it's fine. It's fine. So we go, Spirit, he is pushing in. He's going to try to brute force his way through the tank line. Oh my god, it's not going to be pretty. 3 tanks go down. Oh my god. Spirit, he plummets in supply. At the same time, Hellion harass, getting another 4 SCVs. For the first time in a long time, the supplies are evening up. No shot. And Spirit, he's being punished for making just too many Goliaths. He needs to stop. Jesus. Hellions, they hit the third. BC hits the right-hand side. 21 SCV kills. 21 SCVs going down, and Quanta, he's back in this game. He is back in this. Spirit, he races back home. BC still wreaking havoc. 25 workers. And he does teleport back home. 4th base is up and running. Quanta, for the first time all game, he takes an economic lead. 73 SCVs to the 62. Hellions, they hit the center base once again. Building up more tanks. And again, Spirit, his army compositions have been lackluster. Again, we've been seeing him reacting really hard, getting to Mass Goliath again. He's going for his own BCs instead. Are the SCVs trapped? No. There you go. Battle cruisers soon to be operational. They're coming. BC versus BC. Now, what I'm most concerned by, though, is Quanta's army. What shoots up? Looking at the units tab, Quanta, he has 1 Cyclone. He has 1 Cyclone and 1 BC. Quanta, he is not ready for an air battle. He's not ready for BCs. Yamato's about to finish researching. And Quanta's in trouble. He did not scan the main. He has no idea what's coming his way. Oh my god. Spider-Man's going off. They don't quite clean up all of these fire battle Hellions. There you go. BCs are revealed. Thor production on the way, but Thors, they take so long to build up. And here comes Spirit. Spirit, he's maxed out. Thors, they take so long. We need like another star put in Viking production. Alongside this, I should say. There are some turrets though, just in time. Turrets are done. BCs, they are making their way through those turrets. 1, 2 turrets falling. You have the Goliath army here on the right, but there's a siege line. More turrets on the way. Now these turrets, they're just designed to buy time. They're just about buying time for the Thors. Oh my god. Jesus, they get 1, they get 2 tanks, getting a 3rd tank as well. Hellions, they harass once again. Where are the... Oh my god. I mean, there are no planetaries. In Brood War, no planetaries, so these bases are so exposed. More mineral lines falling. The Thors are here, they get 1 BC. BCs, they can't teleport. 2 BCs go down. Remember, battlecruisers, they cannot teleport. Not the Brood War BCs, at least. Have to back off. Have to retreat. Quanta, he holds. He gets 12 SCVs across the map. Goliath rotates. Let's go Goliath versus Thors. Again, this army's composition is really lackluster in my eyes, at least. Like, it's even though Spirit's max, it's not the ideal army. More BCs have arrived. Another battlecruiser goes down. Another 2 battlecruisers even. So far, good start of stepping by Quanta. Gets a 3rd BC. But are there enough tanks? We need more support here. The BCs are on their own. And they are on their own. Here we go. The tanks, they do respond. Quanta rotates and he shuts down the army. Oh my god. Does shut Spirit down. At the same time, BC harassing the middle line. 13 SCV kills once again. Quanta is all over this. Oh. He's getting baited in. He's getting baited. 1, 2 tanks full. Can he get 3? Gets 3. Nice trap here from Spirit. Did catch that Quanta. BC catching the command center. Oh god. It's close. Oh, BC, let's go! The Yamato! The Yamato goes off! Where's the couching Yamato? No! The Brood War BC has some SCV support though. Let's go! That's a screenshot right there. Oh, he doesn't teleport away. Bit of miscontrol of the Quanta. BC goes down. As Spirit, he attempts to counterattack, but there is a wall of tanks waiting for him. Oh. And Quanta should hold here. God, as the Hellion harasses Quanta, he's relentless here with these Hellions. These Hellions may just be the MVPs, by the way. Like, despite how chaotic this game has been, despite how far behind Quanta was, the incessant Hellion harass has been insane. 11 more CV kills. Meanwhile, BC moves out. More battlecruisers on the way. Oh, I do apologize. Yamato goes off, gets a tank. I pressed the wrong button. We'll try to catch the next Yamato. I do apologize. BC does rotate away. Quanta though, even though he's been killing a lot of SCVs, I just realized that he has not built up his own worker count. He's down to 67 SCVs, barely an economy. Quanta needs time, and it looks like Spirit he may just overwhelm. I mean, Spirit, despite losing all these workers, he still has 89 SCVs. Crazy! Which means Spirit can remax and Quanta cannot. Quanta is heavily oversaturated. He needs more expansions. Does need more expansions, and without them, Spirit, he's going to be able to overwhelm. Now he's in a more tank-heavy composition, does rotate around. Oh my god, Jesus. We'll bleed out his vultures. Boys are here to repair, they at least try to, but alas, the tanks do fall. And Spirit, he's breaking through the front lines here. At the same time, BC's across the map. There's BC's everywhere. The battle cruisers, they deny the expansion. Their pews hurt. Oh my god. As they shut down the base, catching reinforcements, the Yamato's going up. Oof. Gets the Thor. Mate, the Yamatos are cracked. Once again, Hellion harassing the mineral lines, but alas, Quanta cannot keep up with this. Not anymore. He will kill these battlecruisers at least, true. Does bring down all the battlecruisers, but I mean, he's stuck at 130 supply. Got 35 SCVs here at really one of his only mining bases. Spirit rotating around. He goes into Mass Goliath again. Jesus. Does reinforce the Mass Goliath once again. Pushing in, getting within range of the command center, and GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Spirits will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Spirit does take a lead in the series, but that was merely only game 1. Remember, this is a best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, and a shout out to Quanta, even though Quanta had a very rough start. As a reminder, even though Spirit was the one with BCs, remember, Quanta, he opened up 2-port BC. If you miss out on the start of the game, I do recommend it. It was 2-port BC out of Quanta, it got scouted, it got shut down, the 2-port BC build fell on its face. The opener fell completely on its face, and Quanta was behind from that moment, and he recovered. He was able to bounce back, able to build up a comparable army. There was a back and forth. Over time, though, Quanta was he starved out. He was starved out. He just could not keep up with these trades, with these with the army here of his opponents. Did run out of resources, ran out of money, ran out of time. GG. GG, well played. Spirit takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. And as we get ready for game 2, a big shout out to Zynic in the chat. Thank you so much, Papi Ga. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting, the StarCraft evolution. Hope you enjoy the emotes in the chat. And we also provide replay packs as well. If you wish, you can join our Discord. You can join our Discord server. Subscribers and patrons on Discord do gain access to our replay packs, where you can learn and even cast yourself some of these games yourself. You can do so if you wish. Otherwise, we're jumping in. We're jumping into game 2. It's going to be on Monty Hall. Let's go. I'm catching up in the chat. There's like car talk happening in the chat. Aye. Stay safe, everyone. Stay safe. With your bikes, with your cars. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Monty Hall, we have the Brood War Terran player. The now Brood War Terran, the blue Terran from South Korea, representing Streamer Zone. It is a Quanta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the now StarCraft 2 Terran player, the red Terran from the land of Poland. It is Spirit. Here we go. And if you have not, actually this is, I believe, our first time casting on Monty Hall, the entire broadcast here tonight. If you haven't tuned in before, welcome one and all to a pseudo island map. What do I mean by that? Well, we have our main base and we are completely walled in. Also, for those like Grape Tactical, for example, that have not tuned in before, we do feature a lot of ported Brood War maps. This is an old Brood War map, so there are a lot of really exciting, really interesting maps in the StarCraft Evolution map pool from Brood War that have unique features like this. So we're fully walled in. You have to mine through one of these mineral patches to gain access to one of these bases. Because of this, you have options. You can actually expand here towards the south, towards the north, or towards the center. So 3 different bases you can pick between. Quanta does mine through the center, does take the center expansion, and is going for an SCV scout. Now, another interesting thing here is that the mineral patch, there is only one. There's one mineral in that gold mineral patch, so you can mine through it immediately, but the other patches require a lot more effort, as they do have 30 minerals apiece. As both players take the center bases. Okay, we're expanding towards each other. Now, the other thing I was going to mention here, depending on where we expanded, is that each expansion pattern, or each expansion here, each third, or natural location, I should say, leads into its own lane. It's kind of like a MOBA. Where you can, to rotate between the bases, you have to come back home. Outside of just dropping, or Nidostorms, for example. As we do have walls going right through to the other side of the map, so you cannot rotate and respond from one end to the other without coming back home instead. Because of that, positional play is very important here. Very important on Monty Hall. As Spirit, he just tried to knock himself over the wall. He does have to mine through here, though, to actually gain access and to actually maneuver. Oh, he's trying. He's like, let me out. No, there's no way out, Pappy. No way out. Behind this, Quanta going for a 3-racks follow-up into Stim, so it's going to be a very bio-heavy composition here out of Quanta, not mech. I know last game we had mech versus mech, now we have bio at least from our Brood War Terran. So it's rushing into Stim, rushing into Mass Marine. And we very rarely get this actually. I think this is one of the first times where we've seen both players expand in the same lane as each other. They expand in the same lane. A third CC on the way. Spirit being very greedy, by the way. Third CC before Starport, before second Rax. Very greedy here by the Red Terran. And he could be punished here by the stim timing. These stim timings are brutal. Now, we've spoken about this before. The reason why stim timings hit different here for Brood War is because of medics. Medics, they reinforce faster because you don't have to wait for the starport. Medics can be made from the racks instead, which means you have that many more stims available to you. And there we go, the medics are here. The medics have arrived, and here comes the stim timing. Quanta does move out, and what is there to defend back at home? 3 Marines, 1 Reaper, no bunker. Oh, no, but Spirit, he's cutting too many corners. Cutting too many corners. Fast third CC. Tank production is now underway. The first tank has arrived. But again, no bunker, no defensive setup. It's going to be a tough hold here for Spirit. Quanta scans. He sees. He tells you the tank. A stims in. The boys are being pulled. 2 SVs go down, but the tank is just ready in position, just in time. Spirit holds. Oh my god, Spirit, he does hold. Behind this, we do have, what is it, the 239? We have the the range upgrade on the way. Let's go. For the Marines. Nice spread. He wants to commit. He wants to push in. Can he get on top of that tank? It's going to be close. It's going to be close here. Quanta is thinking about it. But now there's 2 tanks. A second tank has arrived. Looks like he's just trying to contain, trying to catch any kind of move outs. Scans ahead of time, sees both tanks, and he shouldn't go into this. He should not dive in. Scans further back. It's Bio. Bio versus Bio. Let's go. Game 1 was mech versus mech. Now we have Marine versus Marine instead. Do love to see it. There it is. 238. That's it. 238 shells. Optic flare on the way. Let's go. Optic flare is being researched. Quickly explain, Optic Flare is a spell on the medic. It does allow, once it goes off, it does cause one of the units, most likely here a tank, to have 1 vision. To go down to 1 vision. It blinds them. It's like a flashbang kind of thing. Does blind the tank, or does blind the units. Does reduce its vision. But very important to take note, I believe even though its vision goes down to 1, it can still use the vision of other units. So if there's other Marines ahead of it, it can still shoot ahead thanks to other Marine support. If it's on its own, then, I mean, it can't see anything. As I do see Spirit taking that third finally. Remember, it was a very greedy build out of Spirit. Taking a faster third. With that Spirit, he will have the better economy, and he can snowball out of control in the mid-game into a larger army. As Quanta is just now finishing up his own third, expanding towards the south. So both players expanding in different directions. But so far, Spirit he's held, and now he's going for some drop play. Does move out with his drop. Does move out the drop here on the right-hand side. Quanta setting up. He's got his tank. He's got his bunker here to protect his natural. The main base is a little bit more exposed, but there is a turret in position. 2 turrets even. Quanta's ready. Quanta, he is set up quite well here defensively. Going for his own drop. Dropship moves out. Medevacs move in. And we'll see how quickly Quanta does respond. Oh! The medevacs, they do spot the turrets. Spirit looking for another way in. Yo, it radiates on the way. Let's go. Science vessel production has begun. It radiates on the way. Irradiate, it's kind of like a ground parasitic bomb, but it only affects biological units, like Marines. Doesn't affect mech units. Spirit is in position. He does defend. Drop gets the hell out of here. Does pull back. Another nice feature that has since been lost in time is that the medic does heal units within the drop itself. Which is why you saw it healing for a moment there. As he comes back in. Ooh. Tank volley going off. 1 Marine goes down. Medevacs, they race back. Oh no! The surround, the setup. Dropship goes down. Nice pick off here from Spirit. Shuts down the drop. Secures himself back at home on 3 bases. Likewise, Quanta getting his own 3rd base up and running, but he's behind in workers because of that late expansion. On top of that, Spirit has mules, so he just has the better economy overall. Is ahead in economy, and now he's moving out. That's a hefty army. That's going to be 5 tanks and mass marine. And what's scary here is that Quanta has not seen the move out. He does not know where the army's coming in from, but he does have a spotter marine here, ready for this.
Add-on complete.
Does get eyes on the army. Does rotate. Likewise, double drop towards the south. Quanta, he does have 1 tank and a bunker in position. Shows the irradiate. He does get it. Oh my god. And the bio army, ooh, it crumbles. Again, the irradiate does so much damage. Spirit, he wasn't able to pre-split. Had to react. Had to split on the fly. Spirit pushing forward, but last, the 1 tank is ready for this. And Quanta's holding. Quanta so far, he is holding on. Spirit rotating over, does reinforce the main army. There is 1 more irradiate left over. Oh, never mind. 2 irradiates, soon to be 2. There we go. 2 irradiates available. And if Spirit wants to push in, he will have to pre-split. Oh, here he comes. Oh, oh my god. It does land another irradiate. This time, though, the medevacs, they do help support. There's 1 more irradiate left over. Bearing in mind that that does not affect the tanks, so the tank count is still very healthy here for Spirit. Very healthy tank count. As the tanks are pushing forward. Viking will zone back those science vessels. Spirit, bring everything together. He wants to dive in. He wants to. Can he, though? Oh. Tank shot going up. Quanta does shoot a little bit too late. 1 tank goes down. Liberators have arrived. And Quanta has to fall back. Again, the power of the freedom, the power of the liberation zones. He steps in. Spirit, he goes for the dive. Irradiate here on the main army. Oh my god. Oh, the massive radiate. The fire. The fire crumbles. Quanta holds. Whew. Quanta is holding on. But again, remember, the tank hand is still untouched. The tank hand is still building up over time. Liberators as well. Spirit, he's still gaining ground. There's the defense matrix. Defense matrix on the tank. He sims in. He wants the libs. He gets 1. He gets 1 liberator. The other survives, though. There we go. 2 libs for 2 tanks, and there's no tanks left. Oh. No tanks left here for Quanta. If Spirit realizes, he can just push in. He can commit. Spirit still reinforcing. Quanta, he's going to mass science. Where are the tanks? Can he hold without them? We'll see. Lockdown's on the way, but it just now started. Lockdown would help, but... Okay, he's got 1 tank. Let's go to the defense matrix. Let's go. Tank goes down. Decent irradiates. Wants to get... Oh my god. The lack of splits is killing Spirit. Just holding. Is holding on. Once again, another defense matrix. Oof. Another irradiate as well. He's breaking out. He's trying to. And not a bad trade here for Quanta. The downside, though, is that Quanta is stuck on 4 bases. Spirit, he's still taking another base. Still out mining, still has a greater bank, and has a larger army as well. Going for a Doom drop. Quanta breaks out, but we have a Doom drop here towards the south instead, and Quanta is out of position. Yeah, tank goes down, and Quanta, how does he respond? Remember, he has to go the long way around. CC's going down, nice irradiate. That's going to be 17 SCV kills. Oh my god. And it looks like Spirit has started. He outpositions Quanta. Does outposition, massive tank shots going off. The boys are being pulled. It's mainly medics left over. Oh my god. Quanta barely holds on, but it costs him 24 SCVs, and he's been broken at this point. He has been broken. Spirit, he will overwhelm. Takes down the center base. Oh my god. Again, the irradiates have been good, but the backbone of the army just hasn't been there. Gee, how many medics are there? Jesus. I mean, it's breaking out, true. The medics are putting in a lot of work. Quanta holds. But he's down to 2 bases. He's down to a 2-base economy. Down to 32 SCVs. It's been an impressive defense here from Quanta, but alas, there was no way to stop the drop play. Once again, trying to collapse on those tanks. Oh, let's go with the defense matrix. And I mean, Quanta will clean this up, true. And again, he's fighting very well here. Very well. Despite how far behind he is. When it comes to the economy, he has a comparable army size. He's all in, basically. Quanta's completely all in. It's all or nothing for Quanta. I mean, he's gaining ground. Another tank gonna be falling. Yo, can he do this? Can Quanta let's go. Send it back. Keep going. Keep going. Spirit, he's racing back home. Quanta, he has to break the main. He has to break the main base here and now. Oof. Tank shots going off. Boys are being pulled. And Quanta, he's running out of Marines. He's running out of Marines. He does break the expansion, the natural. But he has to keep going. Keep going, man. What is that left? 2 tanks, sorry, 3 tanks, 4 tanks. Oh my god, the tank count is too high. 4 tanks to defend. Oh my god, tank boys are insane. Does get an irradiate. And again, despite how efficient, and Quanta has been very efficient with his army. It's been very impressive. Very efficient here with this army. Despite that, there's all these bases. There's all these bases just popping up. Spirit has a booming economy. He's on a 4-base economy here compared to Quanta. And now he's up to 5 tanks. Now 6 tanks here back at home. Double jump across the map, and Quanta, he has to retreat. He has to back off. He's run out of steam, and I mean, that was it. That was his moment. That was all he had. Behind this, he's on 34 workers, no mules. If he had mules, then maybe. Double jump across the map. Quanta's trying to keep up. The splits! The splits here out of Spirits, doing what he can. Oh my god, takes still a lot of damage though. A lot of damage here from the irradiated scan here on the right hand side. Quanta now realizing how far behind he is. He hasn't seen these fringe locations. Radio on the ghost, love to see it. Yo, the pickup. Oh my god, the radio, it continues. It persists. That's crazy. Did you see that? And GG gets called. Spirit, he will take game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead. GG. Well, I didn't realize that we saw Spirit, he picked up the ghost into the medevac. When he dropped it, the radiate was still on the ghost, even inside the medevac. I don't know if it was doing damage inside the medevac. I didn't quite notice, but that was crazy. GG. GG. As Spirit does take a 2-0 lead, and now he is 1 game away from advancing onto the semifinals. Again, that was a very intense game state on Monty Hall. Unfortunately, as we saw, Quanta just could not keep up economically with his opponent. Likewise, he was lacking his supportive backbone of his army, lacking his tanks to be able to survive as well. We saw that Spirit was able to eventually overwhelm, able to outposition, making use of his medevacs, able to doom drop the south, and eventually pull Quanta apart. GG. But I do want to give a shout out to Quanta because, again, he was fighting very well. We saw when he was all in, he was gaining ground, he was pushing through. Spirit was having a very hard time dealing with the irradiates and dealing with just the composition of his opponent. But over time, he was just outscaled. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Jumping into game 3 here. What's the unit economy loss count? Oh, I wasn't quite able to. to check that. Oh god, but here we go. We're getting into potentially the final game of the series. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Troy, we have the blue Terran player, the SE2 Terran. Anki. The SE2 Terran player representing Streamer Zone down in the series. I'm hoping he can bounce back. I'm hoping for an extended series, but the pressure is on. 1 more loss, and he is out of the tournament. It is a Quanta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Terran player, the Teal Terran from Lena, Poland, representing himself, currently teamless, but one game away from advancing onto the semifinals. It is Spirit. And I do agree here. I see Centrikid Centrikid in the chat. Quanta's been playing super well both games or from behind. Hopefully this opener works out better. I agree. Like, Quanta has been playing from behind both games. Game 1, if you remember, it was 2-port BC, which fell on its face. Game 2, Spirit went fast 3cc and wasn't punished for it. If you remember, he wasn't punished. Quanta opened up 3 racks with Stim, and he did not do enough damage at the natural. If you remember, we saw Spirit defend barely with the bare minimum with 2 tanks, and that's the moment where Quanta fell behind. So I do agree there that Quanta, he's just been having really rough early games here. Really rough early games against Spirit. He does go for the cross scout, scouting horizontally. Likewise, Spirit has yet to scout himself. As we are loading into Troy. Now, for those that are curious, welcome to a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn top left, bottom right, or top right, which is why Quanta is looking for his opponent, and he has yet to find it. This is something that doesn't exist in SE2 anymore, unfortunately. Here in StarCraft Evolution, we do embrace 4-player spawn maps and 3-player spawn maps. In SE2, it doesn't happen anymore. Only 2-player spawn maps are available currently in today's meta, which is a bit of a shame. Is a bit of a shame here. As Quanta, it's going to be a late scout. He checks bottom left, and he will finally realize where his opponent is. Back at home, Spirit is going to be opening up with a Rax Expand into Factory. Oh boy. Oh wait, it might have even been CC first. My apologies. I think it was CC first here out of Spirit. Now getting into double Factory, it's going to be mech. It's going to be mech. This I don't think we should be doing. Does Spirit know what he's doing? But has Spirit played on Troy before? Another big factor here for Troy is we have simulators, and once they get knocked down, they turn into indestructible rocks, and Spirit's gonna be walling himself in. Okay. Like, does he know what he's doing? Like, I don't know if Spirit's played on Troy before. Like, in his mind, he has to be careful. Like, this does not open up the ramp. This does not open up this area. It makes it worse. So be careful. Be careful. Don't destroy these simulators. Aye. But for those that are curious, once they get destroyed, they turn into rocks that cannot be targeted. So it is a way to fully wall this area off. And we have seen players, specifically Killian, go in the mid game for like mass drop play and snipe these simulators and just wall off like his Terran and Zerg opponents from their own main and just pop off. It's crazy. So calm down, Spirit. Calm down. Behind this is going to be Bio. So Quanta is going to be embracing Bio play. Stim is on the way. So Bio versus Mech. Here we go. So Fractal and I are hugging the... It's okay, Poppy, it's okay. Enjoy your motorbikes. I wasn't quite able to catch up with what was happening in the chat. Enjoy. As we do have Spirit going for a faster 3rd CC here, so double Factory into 3rd CC. Quanta's still focusing on his bio production, no 3rd command center in sight yet. Also important to point out as well, when it comes to the expansions on Troy, we do have this island base that you can expand to, so a very safe 3rd available for Terran, as they can just float their CCs over. Likewise, when it comes to the other bases on the map, there are also more of these simulators. So once again, these are very contentious kind of positions here, where drop play or harassment, if they bring this down, they can just lock down the expansion itself. So there's a lot of kind of points here or areas that you do have to control to maintain your economy. Meanwhile, we do have Spirit laying down all of his spider mines. Again, opening up Vulture into Goliath. We have seen Spirit be quite fond of Goliaths. I'm not too fond of it myself. We've seen some very Goliath heavy play here at a Spirit, much to his dismay and much to his opponent's success when it comes to engagements. I should emphasize. But is getting into some safety Goliaths early on, which is fine. This will help defend against drop play, against Raven openers, against drops themselves. So Goliaths, they have their place here early on. As we see Quanta, he's building up, waiting for his Metamax. This is a very committed build, by the way. 3 racks, Stim, into a move out, into a push. This can hit quite hard as long as Quanta doesn't run into these spider mines though. Oh boy. As the mines are set. Okay, for now just moving out with drop play. Okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, Spirit is just turtling up, throwing down turrets. Turrets are at the natural. Likewise, turrets at the third. So very defensive play here by Spirit, turtling up as hard as he can. As hard as he can, and getting away with a better economy. So far so good for Spirit. He's getting away with greed and defensive play. Drops they come into the main. They do come in. But the army does respond in time. Tank does siege. Better trade here for Quanta though. He does stim in. Takes down the Goliath. Gets on top of the tank. Tank goes down as well. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Getting 4 CVs, but it looks like he will be forced to lift. Whew. Forced to pick up. He does get eyes on the third. Now he knows that he is behind in the economy. Will be able to drop off though. The counter drop play from Spirit. He shuts down the first medevac. Ooh, at least he tries to. Does get away. Spirit defends at the cost of 5 SCVs, a tank, and a couple of factory-based units. 2 Goliaths and 2 Vultures. So honestly, pretty good trade here from Quanta. Was a good trade. But I'm sure he was hoping for more damage. As a bio player, to be behind in the economy is brutal. Oh my god. It's quite brutal. Quanta stimming in. Oh, he runs into the tanks though. They were barely out of vision of the scan. He goes for the tanks. Yo, the Goliaths are out of position. Where's the rest of the army? The guys are still on the low ground. 2 tanks go down. The boys are being pulled. And Spirit, he's out of position completely. Will defend, but he lost 2 tanks in the process. 2 tanks and 6 SCVs. Better trade for Quanta. Drop into the main. Getting more workers. Nothing major, but some nice chip damage over time. So Quanta's keeping up. Taking his third. Getting to his third expansion. Dropping off the SCVs. Here we go. We are entering the mid game here. 3 base versus 3 base. Quanta getting his 4th on location. Moving out with his Marine Marauder. That's a lot of spot. Oh no! Oh my god. Jesus. No connections yet with the Spider Mines. Does get ahead of time, thankfully. And Quanta with this bio army, he can outtrade the Vultures. We need tanks. Did we not rebuild the tank? Uh-oh. Spirit, he has no tanks. But the Spider Mine does connect. Dropping into the third, going for the final tank. And the tank will go down. There's the tank on the high ground. Once again, it gets targeted as well. Going for the mineral line. Vultures, they will respond. But it's still going to be an awkward engagement here for Spirit. Yeah, the boys have to be pulled. Drop does get away. Another drop towards the natural. Once again, no tanks in position, but there are turrets. True. Are turrets ready for this? Quanta pulls away. Again, it's a very interesting dynamic where it's just Spirit defending. it's just Spirit turtling up and trying to hold on and trying to defend. Trying to keep up with the drops. And so far, Quanta has done some damage. He has yet to break Spirit. Drop gets away. 4th base on location here for Quanta. Has to be very careful with that rally. Very careful. Oh my god. Again, as you can see, for those that are curious, the attack range of the Spider-Man is actually very short. Very short. So you have to be on top of the Spider-Man, basically, for them to go up. As we do get a triple drop into the main, going for the production. Once again, Spirit having just a really awkward moment or awkward time engaging with the army and responding with his forces. Takes down some of the Goliaths, trades with the Vultures, tries to get out, but the Racer here! And nice target fire, he gets 1 full medevac. Very nice punish here from the Wraiths. Oh my god, their anti-air attack is insane! Almost gets the medevac. Almost does get the medevac. Spirit expanding towards his opponent. If Quanta was aware, he could deny this, but he has yet to scout that expansion location yet. Yet to confirm. He's moving out. Oh! Oh my god. As he's touching tips with the mines, they don't go off, they don't get triggered. As Quanta is setting up, his goal here is to contain his opponent. You can see Quanta is looking for ninja bases. Scouts at top left and bottom right, actually taking his own ninja bases, I should emphasize. But again, he has no idea about the 4th base of Spirit. He scans. There we go, he does scan. Now he knows. Does attempt to drop. Spirit is breaking out, takes out the tank. Tank does fall. Okay, he does deny the CC. Oh my god, Spider-Man goes up. Yeah, massive damage to those Marauders. They're deep in the red. They do survive at least. 4th base is denied. And the win condition for Quanta should just be deny the 4th. Deny the 4th over and over again and contain Spirit. But Spirit, he's breaking out. The Goliath overextend. Against Spirit, he cannot fight out of range of his tanks. That's the main DPS of his army. As you can see, Spirit fighting for that 4th. Quanta trying to set up a concave. Going for a Doom Drop even. Oh my god. Going for the tanks. He's crazy. He dives on top of the tanks instead. The Goliath's out of position. Tanks are going to go down. But it's going to cost him everything. Oh my god, that was not worth it. That was not worth it. The tanks live. They barely survive, and Quanta threw everything away. That was the entire army, and now we can just unsiege and send it here and now. Now is the time to attack. It was a bold move there by Quanta, but alas, the splash damage was not enough. He lost everything. And now Spirit can push in. He breaks out, is pushing towards the natural, towards the 4th even. And he's going for the 4th base instead. And now Spirit has gained map control. For the first time this game, he has map control. The boys are being pulled into tank fire though. You see Quanta trying to knock down these simulators. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. These simulators, they survive. And that's going to be 21 SCVs. Oh my god, heavily oversaturated. 21 SCVs going down. Quanta trying to break out. But it's becoming too much here. It's becoming far too much. Drop towards the 4th. Oof. Quanta losing a medevac. And he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. The Marauders are cleaned up. Spirit is holding. A little bit unnecessary, but sure, we get the irradiate. Radiate goes off. Oh my god, his irradiates are insane! They go up here on a Quanta. He has to pull back, he has to retreat, and Spirit is snowballing out of control, pushing up the ramp. There's not much to stop him. A handful of Marines, a handful of Marauders, no tanks. The bunker goes down, and GG gets caught. Spirit, he does it. He will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played, Spirit. He will take the series in the end. I was hoping for a back and forth. I was hoping for a game 4 or a game 5, but alas, we are denied it. Spirit are looking very strong here, and Quanta being a little bit too cheeky. We mentioned it, but in game 1, he opened up 2 port BC. Game 2, it was a little bit different. Quanta, if you recall, he wasn't quite able to punish the greedy opener out of Spirit. If you remember, Quanta, he went 2 racks into a stim timing with an early push, didn't do enough damage. Here in game 3, similar. Quanta opened up 3 racks. 3 racks stim here. Quanta went for a very buy-heavy start, went for some aggression, and Spirit, he just embraced his turtle nature. You know, he turtled up, he got into his shell very early on. Tank production, turret production as well. He was just turtling up on 3 bases, and he was just waiting for his opponent to take a bad fight, and eventually Quanta did. Eventually, Quanta did take a bad fight. We saw him just struggle to really engage with the mass tank production of Spirit, and eventually Spirit snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Spirit will advance on, and let's catch up on the group, because, or I say the group, on the playoffs, as that was our final series of the night. And congratulations to Spirit. My condolences to Quanta. I was expecting a longer series, and I was even favoring Quanta coming into this, but alas, Spirit was just a little bit too much. It proved too much of a challenge here for Quanta. And let's switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket itself. Let's go from the top. If you missed out on some of these series, I recommend the VODs. A lot of these matches were amazing. They were beautiful. Just some really interesting interactions between the different races, especially the first series. SHIN versus Dark was a banger. Mate, we saw Guardian versus Hydra Lurker Viper. How often do you see that? Like that, we had some crazy ZVZs between SHIN and Dark. I do recommend the VODs. Seeing like late game Brood War Zerg against like kind of like pseudo late game SE2 Zerg as well. Dark did come out on top. Dark was the victor, followed by Classic versus 3 Point. That was a very short series, to be honest. A very short series. Kind of in a sense, it did go to the ace match, but that was a lot of cheese. A lot of all-ins between 3 Point and Classic, mainly from the side of 3 Point, but regardless, a very fun PvZ. Regardless, Classic barely gets the win, does advance on over 3 Point. Scrolling down, we had QEN versus uThermal. Once again, uThermal had a very specialized build. We saw 2-Rax Marine with Stim very often out of uThermal. We saw a lot of aggression, a lot of all-in play, a lot of aggressive play from uThermal. And he had success early on. I believe it was a 2-0 lead from uThermal, and then QEN adapted. He adapted over the course of the series. He was able to stabilize, able to be more defensive early on, and able to get the win over uThermal in some of these longer macro games. So QEN, he was able to stabilize, able to take the win. And of course, we just had Spirit versus Quanta, also a very dynamic series and very unique as well, with some unique builds and interesting kind of army interactions as well. But in the end, Spirit did take it, and we have our top 4. 2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, and 1 Zerg. Balanced, as all things should be. Now, this tells me we have 1 Terran confirmed for the finals. Whether it's QEN or Spirit, yet to be determined, as they are going to be facing off in a best of 7. As a reminder, the semifinals are going to be a best of 7. The grand finals will be a best of 7 as well. So, oh boy, we have some very, very long series up ahead of us here later tonight. So likewise, best of 7 between QEN and Spirit, best of 7 between Dark and Classic. For those that are curious, that is going to be the conclusion of today's broadcast. The semifinals are going to be held tomorrow or later tonight, depending on where you are in the world. We are going to be live in less than 24 hours, or I should say in around 20 hours time. In around 20 hours, we're going to be live here on this channel, covering the semifinals and the grand finals thereafter. Tomorrow, we're going to be crowning our StarCraft Evolution Fall Championship champion. We're going to be crowning our champion tomorrow in 20 hours time. So if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more StarCraft Evolution content, we got you covered tomorrow at this very hour. Again, in 20 hours, because we went live 4 hours ago. So in around 20 hours time, the same time that we went live today, tomorrow we're going to be going live as well. That is the plan. Hi. Oh my god. Just catching up. Thank you, love your casting community interaction, Pappy. Thank you for dropping by once again, Grave Dactyl. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Excited to see Dark versus Classic. I'm excited as well. I'm sure it's going to be a banger of a series. Part of me, I'm a little bit concerned about Dark versus Classic, because part of me feels like it's going to be a short series. Like, Dark is an animal. Like, Dark, he's a very aggressive player, so it might be a bit of a shorter series. It might go the distance, but like lengthwise, I mean. There might be some shorter games there. We'll see. We shall see. But once again, if you want to help support Piotr, yeah, Piotr did it. He did it, Pat. He did it. But once again, if you want to help support this this mod, StarCraft Evolution, you can do so with a command in the chat, !SCEVO in the chat. Will give you a link to the Patreon. It'll give you a link to the Patreon page here for Team Cthulhu, SC2, so they got you covered there. Again, they put in so much work into creating this mod and supporting the mod. Again, this mod is updated and patched relatively frequently, more frequently than SC2. Smooch. But that is a fact. It does get updated more frequently with new maps and with new balance patches as well. So you can support it via Patreon if you enjoy it. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed the casting. Hope you did enjoy the casting here. Again, we're going to be going live in how many hours time? 5 hours. Jesus. If you want some more content, we're live in 5 hours, not with StarCraft Evolution, but with StarCraft 2. We're going to be going live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournament in StarCraft 2. And then after that, in 20 hours time, we're live with SEL with StarCraft Evolution. So again, we're going to be quite busy here for the next 2 months. We have like 2 tournaments a day. 2 tournaments a day every single day. A lot of content here on the CranKy Ducklings, whether it's StarCraft Evolution, whether it's StarCraft 2. We are the most active StarCraft 2 channel out there, so we got plenty of content for you, plenty of casting, plenty of StarCraft. Plenty of StarCraft. So again, I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go rest for 5 hours. I might nap a little bit, we'll see, because we have another cast, and then we'll sleep, and then we'll wake up, and then we'll cast again. All the casting, papi, all the casting. We got you covered. Again, if you want to help support us, you can do so by following us on all the social medias. Bam. We got you covered. 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. Who needs sleep? Oh, no. Oh, my God. There are 30-year-old games that get patched more than SE2. You're not wrong, Steel Mold. You're not wrong. But you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We have Mastodon. We have Blue Sky as well. Again, we do upload VODs to YouTube immediately. Or I should say, we stream on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. So again, if you want some of that YouTube action, or if you want some of that VOD content, then we have you covered over on YouTube. Fun fact, this is new for today, actually. We are not just live on Twitch and YouTube, we are also live on Facebook, we're live on Kick, and we're also live on Chijik as well. So if you want, you can watch us on any of those platforms. The reason for that, there was to stream on YouTube, we use a different service. We use Restream, but there was a Black Friday sale, and by using this service, we can actually stream to even more platforms. So we're like, you know what? We use Facebook already. You know, we use all these other platforms anyway. So may as well. So we are live on 5 different platforms at the same time. That is our limit. That's all we got. So we're live on Chijik, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick, and on Facebook as well. All the platforms, papi, all the platforms. We just had to very quickly make sure that everything was not catching fire. It looks good. TikTok streams when? Fun fact, we do have a TikTok account, and we have streamed on TikTok, but there are limitations, unfortunately. For those that are curious, to stream on TikTok, we cannot stream on TikTok until we get 1,000 followers. So, yeah, there we go. Or we can't restream, I should say, on TikTok until we get 1,000 followers. So, yeah. So no restreaming on TikTok, otherwise we would, for sure. Fun fact, we've actually been rebroadcasted on TikTok before. I think Nish, the StarCraft Observer, he's like he's restreamed to us on TikTok before, and he says we get a lot of viewership. He gets like we get like 200-300 viewers on TikTok, which is really cool. You know, we're catering to the Zoomers on TikTok, but we can't stream ourselves. We don't have the following for it. Maybe one day though. Maybe one day. The TikTok streams. Until then, though, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. TikTok has insane discoverability and viewership potential. I agree. I do agree. It's just we can't stream on TikTok. Like, I would if I could. Basically, they do incentivize like creating content on TikTok first before streaming, which is why they want you to have 1,000 followers first. So, and the problem is that we don't really have much like clip content. So we have to build up the TikTok account first before streaming on it. So we'll do our best. We'll try our best to build up the ticks that talk, and we'll keep up with the kids. We'll do our best. Yeah. We gotta make exactly. Gotta make shorts and stuff. Yeah. It's more work, Pat. I just want to cast. It's more work, Pappy. It's more work. We'll try. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, we're going to be live in 5 hours of Sparkling Tuna Cup. We're going to be live in 20 hours with SEL. And with that, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Technically, I could go live right now. I'm tempted to ladder. But after all that casting, I need a break. I'm going to go lie down. And I'm going to go get some food. So take care, everyone. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? Yo, Practice X is streaming. Let's go. Practice X. Who else? Oh wait, Sammy. Sammy is live. Cosmic Consciousness as well. I mean, I think we raided Samuel yesterday. We'll give it to Practice X. We haven't raided him in a while. I think he's playing SE2. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.